Make a start. Good morning, everyone. We have people from many different countries, so it's very nice to meet together in this way. Looks like international travel is still a bit difficult and meeting together in a room. So this is we are lucky to have this Zoom method anyway. Today we're beginning to look at the topics that are in the book Finding Freedom. The first section begins with the Dhammapada, which presents a general Theravadan view. It's focused on the importance of correct behavior. Behavior means that we have to be in charge of ourselves. And so the orientation here is rather different from that of Dzogchen, where we approach it through allowing the self-liberation of whatever is occurring. Generally, we could say that the teachings go from the outside to the inside. We're starting with the body, with our being in the world, how we interact with others. And then in the final section of the book, we deal with the mind itself. Generally, Buddhist practice begins by taking refuge. We say, I take refuge in the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. I don't take refuge in myself. I don't take refuge in myself because I am unreliable and I'm full of confusion, but I can't rule myself out completely because I am the one that takes refuge in the Buddha. So the starting point is to recognize that we are operating within confusion. We have to take responsibility for what we do, although we're often not aware of what we do. And in the Dhammapada, we'll see many examples are given about how complicated this process of acting properly is. Now, there are many vows and rules which are taken and followed by monks and nuns in the Buddhist tradition. Rules are ways of simplifying life. But in the Dhammapada, we find more emphasis on ethics. In ethics, we have an encouragement to behave in a virtuous manner and avoid that which is unvirtuous. This is not as simple as it might sound. For example, if you have to take care of aged parents, there are many difficult decisions to be made. Helping children to find a way in a very complex world, to give them some general guidelines is also very difficult. We're not coming to a simple crossroads where there's either virtue or non-virtue. We find ourselves on an endless roundabout with many roads leading off. So we need to be attentive to the kind of influences operating inside ourselves, our tendencies, aspects of ourselves we prefer to avoid, our impulses, and so on. Moreover, the world that we live in is very nuanced. There are many subtle shadings in any situation. The quick way is to jump into a predetermined response. However, if we want to have the closest connection with how phenomena are actually manifesting, what the actual contours of the situation are, then we have to be able to be mindful of what is occurring. Very often when we think we are perceiving what is there, we are merely projecting our habitual interpretations onto the potential of the situation. So when we say, I take refuge in the Buddha, means I take refuge in the possibility of awakening to freedom from habitual formations. Our life is a flow of experience. Hills, trees, birds, people, they seem to be things out there, something which is not me. And yet, actually, they are my experience. I might be standing beside you looking at what we could call the same tree. Yet, how will we know if our experience of the tree is the same? We assume it's the same, but the subtle aesthetic revelation of the tree for me is something inexpressible. So we tend to uh, confirm to ourselves that we are seeing the same thing by the use of general terms. This is a beautiful tree. This is an oak tree. This does not in any way determine experience. It projects some notion of an external reality existing in itself. But according to the tradition, the Buddha's experience of the world is uncompounded. He's not living in a world of constructs. To say it's an oak tree or it's beautiful is for me to project an interpretation, an identification onto this form which is there in front. I am creating the tree for me. And because of that, my attitudes, my likes, my dislikes very quickly merge into what I take to be my pure perception. And this flow of associative thoughts arise instantly, so that even if you want to have a very non-judgmental approach, the judgments have arrived before you're able to stop them. In a sense, I am my opinions. My personality displays itself through what I like, what I don't like, what I do more of, what I do less of. And this is just me. I'm like this. And on the basis of being like this, my world unfolds for me in the way that it does. I can see that I get upset about things which don't trouble my friends. Now, this is strange, because if there is some truth or some force, some reality in the cause of my upset, then surely it should be acting on them as well. Yet they seem to operate in the world. They get up, they go to the shops, they make some money, they have children, they function, although clearly they don't see the same world as I do. When I see that, I can start to see, oh, my opinions feel profoundly true for me, but they are relative in terms of the opinions held by other people. And this is one of the reasons why ethics is difficult, because there's a unique specificity to how I am and how I construe the factors of my world. This can make being in the world with others rather difficult. We know that children often feel a peer pressure, a kind of pressure to conform and fit in with other kids. They're faced with the question, how will I live? So the quick answer is, I'll live like you. I'll pretend I'm like you. And we see this in the structure of dictatorial regimes and fundamentalist positions like Taliban are bringing to Afghanistan. We have the truth. You should fit in. If you don't fit in, we'll punish you. That simplifies life. In fact, it simplifies life by turning it into a kind of death. The vitality of our life is that we have our five sense organs constantly receiving stimuli of many different varieties, and then we have to construe this. We have to make sense of it. So the Dharma teachings are saying, really, excuse me, you can't escape this responsibility. Your existence is a process of pattern formation. So be careful how you formulate these patterns. The Buddha is free of the need to do this, but we are not. We live in samsara, which means an ever-turning variety of possibilities. We can move between the different realms, from the upper heavens to the lowest hells. That's the outer form. But on a more inner level, we move through our various moods and enthusiasms. Sometimes we're lazy, sometimes we're diligent and hardworking. We don't usually decide to be in these particular ways. We find ourselves with a rising enthusiasm or a feeling of can't be bothered. That is to say, I act according to what is arising for me. And who I am in that moment is what is arising for me as the presentation of this is how I am. This is very dynamic. If we are not alert and awake and mindful, we're going to get swept away by these habit formations. Buddhism is you could say, it's a vast culture. It has many flavors, and because it's been around for a long time, it has answers to all our life questions. So, Buddhism is saying you have had previous lives, and when you die, you will have more lives. Unless you have managed to release yourself from the momentum of reactivity which generates these pattern formations. In the literature, we can read accounts of the Buddha's previous lives and the many things he did to help him on his spiritual path. Previous lives mean that when you are born with tendencies. It's not a fresh start. There's already a coloration permeating the attitudes and ways of being of the baby. Some babies are born with healthy bodies, others have many health problems. In a modern materialist view, we say, oh, this is due to some genetic inheritance or some problem in the birth process. These things happen. If it's DNA, should you blame the parents? If the birth process was difficult, should one blame the doctor? If we can't find someone to blame or be responsible, we just say, oh, it's hard, life is hard. But from Buddhist point of view, all phenomena arise from causes. And these causes have an ethical basis. This is a very challenging view for Western materialist people. Our particular experience of the world manifests according to the qualities arising from the propensities we have developed through previous activity. It's not an accident. It's not bad luck. It is the result of previous activity. There's a well-known saying where the Buddha says, if you want to know about your previous life, look at your present body. And if you want to know about your future body, say where you will be reborn, then look at your present activity. What this does is it puts each individual at the very center of their life. It's not saying you should just take up a position and hold on to it. It's not about a creed or a dogma that you should believe in, but rather it's to see that moment by moment, I make decisions. Am I present in that decision-making process? Am I attentive to both the immediate and the later consequences of this action? It's up to me. No one else can live my life for me. There's no one to blame. My life is mine. Blaming my parents won't take me very far. I find today this is my situation. This is how I am. I myself have to decide how to proceed. So when we take refuge in the Buddha represents awakening out of the narrow blinkers which encourage us to formulate our decisions without accessing the wider field in which we participate. Those of us who are blessed with living in England experience this with the consequences of Brexit. We say, go away, Europe, we don't like you. but we need to trade with Europe. I hate you, but I need you. This kind of feeling is, in terms of psychology, one of the identifiers of a borderline personality structure. Borderline means structurally unstable, that there is a fault line running through. I need you and I hate you, but I need you. Now, if we are not entirely stupid, we realize that if we need someone, we shouldn't keep saying, I hate you to them. Because when Britain says to France, we hate you, sooner or later the French say, yeah, good, we hate you too. So this is what happens when you don't have attention to the wider field within which you are operating. And this is why, in order to make some progress on the path, we need some meditation practice. So the basic practice, which is available in all the schools of Buddhism, is shamatha. It's a practice for becoming calm. Calm means not in a hurry, not impulsive, not leaping. Peace arrives when we don't have to be involved. If you have to, then you don't really have a choice. And if you don't have a choice, you don't have freedom. So when we become peaceful, many options, many possibilities still display themselves all around us and inside us. But we now have a sense that when an impulse arises, it is part of the field. For example, if I look out the window, I see scaffolding on the house across from me. So a thought might arise in my mind, oh, are they repairing the roof? That could lead me into thinking about the roof on my own flat, because thoughts tend to seek other thoughts for companionship. But if I see that, oh, the perception of scaffolding is arising, and a thought concerning the scaffolding is arising, and I am attentive to both. I don't have to be pulled into alignment and fusion with the commentary thought about the scaffolding. Because there are two aspects to moving towards becoming Buddha, and they're expressed in the Tibetan word for Buddha. In Tibetan, they say sang ge. Sang means to purify, and ge means to increase. To purify is to let go of the dirt, to let go of the entanglement in the mess which is potentially all around. If you don't respond to the mental arising, whether it's a thought or a memory or a feeling, because of the basic fact that every arising thing is a passing thing, this impermanence will carry the provocative thought away. You don't need to get rid of it by yourself. Your non-reactivity is the purification of the tendency towards involvement. When we don't have patience, when we feel identified with the ego self, which is always hungry, then the fact that something is occurring is stimulating. Either we enjoy it and we want more of it, or we don't like it and we want less of it. So there is a stimulus, there is someone who is stimulated, which is me, and there is a response. I can't stop thoughts, feelings, sensations, perceptions from occurring. If I'm troubled by smoking, I can't stop the sale of cigarettes. If I'm troubled by drinking too much, I can't close down all the alcohol shops in the country. The stimulating object will always be there, but I am the one who is stimulated. This is the side of control, not in the object, but in myself. So if I want to take responsibility for my actions, to have an intentional, virtuous way of living my years, then I need to move from being reactive to being proactive. Say, I will practice only virtual. This has little meaning if I'm under the power of my compulsive habits. So the seeming immediate connection and fusion between stimulus and stimulated consciousness needs to be looked at. The feeling I have to, I don't have a choice. Is this true? The habit has made the response so automatic. It seems to occur before I notice the choice point. So this is why we do this basic practice of shamatha. It's very helpful for allowing us to quieten habit formations in order to have a clearer experience of the potential of the situation. It's a very simple practice to do, but that doesn't mean that it's easy. We need to find a simple object to focus our attention on. You can use a small round pebble, which is completely neutral and has no hooks. Or you can have a small statue of the Buddha where the hook of your belief in the Buddha, your devotion, helps to fix your attention. And similar to that, you can use religious symbols like specific letters like Ah. But generally, we use the sensation of the breath at the nostril. The reason we use this is because it's quite subtle. This is an encouragement that you have to pay attention. Often our attention is dispersed. It gets refracted through the many shiny objects that we see. So this practice depends on a clear intention. I am going to pay attention to the sensation in my nostrils generated by the movement of the breath coming in and going out. So that's quite a kind of neutral intention. I will pay attention. But implicit in this is a reconfiguration of our hierarchy of values. Because actually the sensation of the breath in the nostrils is not very interesting. We have many sensations, memories, feelings, and so on, which are very interesting. So by fixing our attention on the breath, we are allowing the fascination which seems to be inherent in the object to be revealed as a quality of the mind. So if a memory arises in my mind of some nice event, this is relative to my having the memory, it's having something to do with me. It doesn't have resonance for other people. The power of the memory is in the rememberer. I am saying it is interesting. So, for example, if I like taking photographs and I go on holiday and take many, many photographs, and then I invite you round for 5 hours to watch my holiday photographs, I think we can predict that I will be more interested in my photographs than you will be. We're looking seemingly at the same photograph, but you don't see what I see, because the value and the interest is in the mind, it's not in the photograph. Now, if you see that, if that really rings true for you, then you start to see, oh, it is my own mental formations, which is the basis for distraction in meditation. So to do the practice, we can do some just now. Sit in a comfortable way with your spine straight so that the weight of your head is passing down the spine. The tongue is resting on the hard upper palate. The chin is slightly tilted down. The gaze is not fully open and not fully closed, but a little open and looking down the line of the nose. The hands are crossed in the lap with the thumbs touching, and the breath is allowed to move in just in a regular, easy way. You're not forcing it, but just allowing it to go. And then we start by just bringing our attention onto the breath. So we'll sit like this for about 15 minutes. Okay. So this is a very simple and profound practice. It brings us into relation with sensation. So if you take a finger and you run it down your naked arm, you have a sequence of sensations. Each micro moment of sensation is there and then gone. The sensation is undeniable and ungraspable. And this is at the heart of the Buddha's teachings. There are no enduring, self-existing entities. Entities are concepts. And concepts, like sensations, are here and then gone. But because the concept seems to be referring to something real out there, enduring, it becomes a basis for the construction of palaces in the air. The past, the future. The past is gone. The future hasn't come. They don't exist. But we can talk about them very clearly as if they exist. So when you stay with this practice, excuse me, just with the sensation, there's nothing to hold on to. The object is elusive and yet manifesting. And so attention has to be very precise. Now, because this is difficult to do, we tend to substitute concepts and go off on a little journey thinking about something. The seduction of the concept is it appears to be apprehendable. Let's think about climate change. Let's think about the causes of war. The more we rely on a thought, more thoughts arise. And then we find that the object of our attention is the thought and not the attention. So whenever you find yourself distracted in the practice, wandering in a realm of thoughts, feelings, memories, plans, then just very gently bring your attention back to the sensation. If you stay with the sensation, it brings you here. You are present. If your attention follows the thought, it takes you there, somewhere, and then vanishes and leaves you nowhere. Then you have to come back to the thought. If you're going to meditate, it's vital to know how easily you get distracted. Because if this is happening when you're sitting doing the practice, we can assume that it's going on when you're out walking, driving your car, talking with other people. The flow of these inner formations creates a ever-shifting, subtle undertone. It's like a kind of palimpsest where you're writing on some old document and the traces of the old document are coming through the new writing. And these insistent and organizing and influencing traces of the past provide an unconscious orientation for the reactions we make to current situations. So the key thing is recognize that you're going off on a little journey and very gently return to the sensation of the breath. If you think about where you went and why you got lost and so on, it's just thought upon thought. If you blame yourself and think this shouldn't be happening, I can't meditate and so on, that's just another kind of thought production. Our aim is to become calm, so we should avoid any unnecessary excitation. Okay, so we take a break now until we'll have a break till 10 to the hour. Good. Okay, see you at 10 to. Right? Okay, so in the Nyingmapa tradition, where I have had my main Dharma experience, we talk of 9 different yanas or vehicles. Each of these yanas is part of our Dharma practice. Dzogchen is part of this, but also this general approach to Buddhism, what we call this Hinayana view or the Mahayana view, Tantric view, it's all valid. So it's important that when we go to the tradition, we have respect for the lineage. That is to say, we start by knowing, oh, I'm wandering in samsara, I have many problems, I need help. Our modernist view is concerned with innovation and improvement, but the Dharma does not need us to improve it. We see what is happening with things like mindfulness being turned into some new fabricated system, and Advaita Vedanta being cut free from its roots in India. Finding faults with the other is easy and limiting, whereas devotion, faith opens the heart and allows us to be revealed to ourselves. And so I would suggest if you look carefully into these general Buddhist teachings, the basis of the frame of reference we have, we will find the seeds of the Dzogchen view inside. So, for example, from this collection, the Udana, there's a small quotation which I shall go through with you. This, you can find this in the Tripitaka, in the collected teachings of the Buddha. So the Buddha says, Bahiya, you should so train yourself that in the seen, there will just be the seen. In the heard, there will just be the heard. In the sensed, there will just be the sensed. In the mentally discerned, there will just be the discerned. So you should train yourself. When you do this, then you, Bahiya, will not be standing in relation to that. When you are not standing in relation to it, you will not be in it. When you are not in it, you will be neither here, there, or in between the two. This alone is the end of suffering. So this is a very nice explanation of what in Dzogchen we talk about non-contrivance, unartificiality, leaving appearances as they are, not adding our commentaries, interpretations, so that in what you see, there is just what is seen. In what you hear, there is just what is heard. This means you become receptive. You're not the master. You're not having to cook it up. You're not having to prepare things. It is our urge to prepare, to cook, to add ingredients that causes the confusions of samsara. When I tell the world what it is, this is samsara. When the world shows me how it is, that's nirvana. So excessive mental activity is unnecessary and unhelpful. That's why this basic practice of shamatha, of allowing the mind to calm by not stimulating it, is very important. Now, when we look around the world, we see that there are very few people who are seemingly very interested in Buddha Dharma. Materialist culture is very seductive because it offers an instant gratification. We have a chance to practice Dharma. That chance is, of course, available for everyone, but they don't avail themselves of it. So in the teachings of Chet Sangpa that we've looked at some aspects of, which is in the simply translated in the book Simply Being, he describes how there are 5 kinds of human life. The first is a mere human existence. which means being born in a country where the Buddha has never been or the sound of Dharma has never been heard, which means you follow the tendencies of your senses with your cultural beliefs, maybe in animal sacrifice, human sacrifice, rigid rules from some revealed holy book. It's called a mere human existence because there's no space or curiosity to examine what it means for me to be me. Who am I? What is the basis of this, my being here? Secondly, there is an ordinary human existence, which means not being able to distinguish clearly between good and bad actions, making food, clothes, and fame of principal importance. One passes all one's time on these. Oh, we see that this is increasingly the way of existence of many, many people. Being cut free of traditional cultures, one's attention goes towards the surface, towards food, clothing, pleasure, and then we die. A misguided human existence, the third kind, means that, for example, if one is offered 100 measures of Dharma or one measure of wealth, one chooses the wealth. The paths to depth and clarity are ignored, and the paths to superficiality are privileged. We can also have a defective human existence in which our senses don't function well and we lack the capacity for developing clarity. And fifthly, there is a precious human birth where we have freedoms from limitation and the opportunities to practice the Dharma. So now that we get a chance to practice, to study Dharma, we come into the arena of these freedoms and opportunities. We can come in contact with the transmission of the authentic lineages, and practicing with guidance, we can gain direct insight into the ground of our being. In this way, we can develop wisdom. We see that the people in these with these other kinds of human existence lack the chance to develop wisdom. This is not a cause for feeling superior, but rather for sadness and compassion. Death will come. Our opportunity is quite small. We don't know when we're going to die. We don't know how we're going to die. It looks as if with climate change, the increasing hostility of many countries towards China and so on, there is likely to be trouble, contestation, war in the future. Extreme situations tend to make us stupid. We are good, our enemies are bad. The very bad people who destroy the world are making we, the good people, suffer. So that fixed conclusions about value are intensified, and this leads to more hostility and conflict. By entering deeply into the Dharma, we gain equanimity, and so we are less and less at the mercy of these pulsations of hysterical formation which move through the world. In particular, we come to see that there are no bad people. There are no good people. Everything is an illusion. Good actions are illusion, bad actions are illusion. In the relative interactive field of duality, it is more compassionate and wise to offer good actions rather than bad actions. But in absolute truth, in the unborn clarity of the open mind, which is untouched by any phenomena, they are equal. But it's also important to know when you're in relative truth, you're in relative truth. Words like Dzogchen, Mahamudra, Madhyamika are not magical spells that by saying them, suddenly you're in the realm of non-duality. it is vital to be honest with ourselves. When we are in a limited state, we are limited. And therefore, practicing virtue, avoiding unvirtue is very, very important. And in that way, we can optimize the benefit of this opportunity which we have. So, honoring our present situation and not allowing it to waste is the first of the thoughts which turn the mind from samsara. We live in times of rapid change in technology, with the spread of viruses and so on, with more and more international communication. And so impermanence becomes ever more obvious. The opportunities that we have will not last, which brings us back to our categories of interpretation. How do we attribute value? If when you wake in the morning, you think this is the last day of your life, perhaps that would shift your hierarchy of value. Many things are important today because of their implications for tomorrow and the next week and so on. But the future is an illusion. When this pandemic of the virus started, I had already bought 10 airplane tickets for going off to teach in different places. Trying to get money back from British Airways is a lifetime occupation. What I thought I would be doing, I didn't do. I didn't decide to do it by myself. I found my intention being thrown in the trash can by the movement of events. If this can happen with one virus, think what will happen with climate change. Floods, forests, right-wing political systems, lying, cheating leaders, and so on. This is, in Dharma, we reflect on this in order to see that our assumptions, our beliefs about how the world is, are resting on nothing. The Americans and many Western governments put a lot of time, energy, money, and lives into bringing democracy and modern education into Afghanistan. But then some people arrive with guns and say, we don't want this. The expectations that the girls had for becoming doctors and lawyers are in the trash can. The promises that were made had no true basis behind them. So it's not, Dharma is not designed to make us feel depressed and hopeless. What it's saying is, be careful what you take refuge in. Political structures, economic structures are unstable. The patterns of thoughts, feelings, and sensations are unstable. Therefore, we need to establish some calm and clarity in our mind so that we can look deep and see the basis of our presence, which is not relative, which is infinite. And in order to do that, it's very helpful to understand something about karma, which is to say actions and their consequences. This is the third of the traditional thoughts that turn the mind from samsara. Karma arises because we move towards the world from the position that subject and object are truly separate. That is to say, the basis of karma is duality. There is this and that, and they're not the same. You and me, and we're not the same. So when I move into the world with people and things, there's a lot of stuff, too much just for me. But luckily, there's a lot of stuff I don't want, I'm not interested in. So I want to get more of what I like and less of what I don't like. We know this about ourselves. We choose the things that somehow fit our sense of who we are. In the supermarket checkout, you look at the contents of someone else's basket and you kind of surprised. Why are they buying that? They are buying that because they are not me. I am making choices according to my predisposition. I want to buy this because it's important for me. If we leave it there, that's the level of stupidity we operate at most of the time. Why do you want that? Oh, I like it. Why I like it, I don't know. I just like it. And my culture, consumerist capitalist democracy, allows me to buy the things I like. Generally, I have no sense that I have a tendency towards liking this kind of thing because of structures which have been established in the past. This attitude of liking arises on the basis of previous organizing patterns. If you just stay with that for a moment and have a sense of what that's like. Say you go to an ice cream shop, what flavor are you going to eat? For some reason, you choose this because I'm me. Maybe not. Maybe this is a decision which is set up in terms of childhood, what you ate in your family, or from further back before you were born. You might think, I never eat strawberry ice cream because my brother always eats strawberry ice cream and I don't want to be like my brother. There are all kinds of forces of differentiation which arise. That is to say, when we start to look at our life in terms of karma, we see that we are in a process which began long, long ago and which is moving into the future. In each decision I make now creates an affirmation of the value of the beliefs which have led to it manifesting. So in the past, Britain went to many countries as a colonizing power. Essentially, we went to steal what they had. Now, if I wanted to steal something from someone I know here in Britain and they accuse me of that, I might feel a bit embarrassed. This belongs to them. I shouldn't take it. But if 300-400 years ago I go to Africa or India and I want to take their possessions, I simply decide, oh, they are inferior to me. With this racist attitude, I can entitle myself through my own superiority. The British people who were going out to these colonies were embedded in British culture, which was very, very hierarchical, with kings and queens and lords and ladies and owners of vast amounts of land. They were already used to a structure of superior and inferior. The big landowner was used to exploiting the peasants. That's taken out into Britain's colonial endeavors. I'm giving this example to try to emphasize how, when we sit inside a belief, and that belief seems to be an account of what is normal, what is true, then we are disinhibited in the enactment of our desire. So we go to Australia and we think there is nobody living there, we will take the country. The original people there, the Aboriginals, were not considered to be fully human. So why would we feel any guilt in taking the land? So in that way, you have the enactment of the intention, and then afterwards you have a conclusion, the fourth stage of karma. Well, I'm glad it happened. That was good. If you want to own land, you have to have a piece of paper. You need to have lawyers. The Aboriginals, they don't have any lawyers. They don't have any paper. Therefore, they don't have any land. But if you look in history, you see duplicity, lying and cheating in the service of the ego being the pervasive human way of behaving. When we see how this operates, then it's a great encouragement to develop kindness and compassion. If I can see that this person suffers, then even if I have many cultural views which are insulting about that person's status, the fact that I can see that they suffer pain can potentially awaken some empathic attunement. So we see this in Dharma with the first teaching on the Four Noble Truths. The Buddha says all sentient beings want to have happiness, but they find themselves experiencing suffering. The key point there is all sentient beings. So the karmic structure of my starting with me as this person, my intention towards the other is for my benefit, means I'm not so concerned with their suffering. If I take their suffering seriously, then my behavior will have to change. This is what is happening now with climate change. We know that flooding is likely in countries like Bangladesh. That will be difficult for the people in Bangladesh. Oh yeah, life's hard. However, if 5 million Bangladeshi refugees are coming to Europe, that will be another matter. Now we will maybe be suffering, and we're going to take that very importantly. So Dharma is a support for seeing how we lie to ourselves, how we cheat others, how it's very difficult to be honest and straightforward. With the duality of self and other, the polarities flow out very easily. Gain and loss, winning and losing, having high status, being cast down. With this structure, we want to claim one polarity for ourselves and push the other to the other polarity. If we are all in it together, then winning and losing is not a helpful interpretive schema. So when we look at karma, it's an invitation to consider the second factor, the intention, which is arising from the first factor, which is duality. If my intention is me first, then I'm creating an imbalance in the world. Instead of having an open panoramic vision that includes everything, I have a pre-tilted, prejudiced view, which is concerned mainly with my own welfare. And that means that there is a disconnection with the one who has to lose or be left behind. When we see the Olympic Games, the person who wins the gold medal doesn't go around and shake the hand of everyone else and say, thank you for losing, because without you losing, I wouldn't get this medal. So we did it together. And winning and losing are twins. They are born together. You can't have a winner without a loser. But the winner is in the spotlight shining, and the loser is in the shadows, as if they are not existing. So when we study karma, we study the power of selective attention. And we can look at our own lives. Who are the people I disregard? Who are the people that I have no resonance for when I walk to the shops? They are just people, birds, cats, dogs, just there they are, something. From the Buddhist point of view, all sentient beings have been our mother in a previous life. The snails in the garden, the mosquitoes that bite us, this is all mum. If we have that attitude, it completely transforms our dislike or irritation. Due to causes and conditions, due to karmic activity, some of our mothers are now snakes, some of our mothers are now in prison. And this leads us to the fourth consideration for turning the mind from samsara, which is the structure of samsara itself. Now, in a traditional culture like Tibet, this is not a kind of abstract theory. This is an accurate description of our potential. In the West, sometimes people interpret the 6 realms of samsara in a kind of metaphorical way. They say that these are qualities of psychological experience. I think that view doesn't take us very far. clearly, if the idea is when I die, I could be born as a dog or a cow, that's not just a symbol or a metaphor. That might indicate that there are not just other forms of life which are familiar with me, but there are other forms of life which in my daily life I'm not familiar with. So there are the highest realms, the formless realms where there is no embodiment at all, it's just pure consciousness. And there are the gods of form, the gods in the desire realm where there is a more embodied experience, more sensory pleasure. Then the jealous gods, the gods who live in the level below that of the form gods. And they have a tree growing in their land which flowers and gives fruit in the other god realm. And so they're always jealous that they are missing out on the fruit of their own tree. And so they attack the gods to try to get their fruit. But if they cut the arm off a god, the arm grows back on immediately. And if a god cuts the arm off one of these jealous gods, they're called asuras, then both the body and the arm are suffering pain. They can't they can't win. Then we have the human realms with all the different kinds of human existence. When we look around, we see lives which are completely mysterious to us. So even though we say human being, it's not quite clear what that would mean. We see 2 arms, 2 legs, but what is the flavor of their existence? Then we have the animal realms and the hungry ghost realms and the various hell realms. You can read about these in detail in many books of Tibetan Buddhism. The purpose for us is to relax our imagination and try to see, oh, maybe this is true. If this is true, then it becomes another way of softening and loosening my sense, this is me. I am like this due to causes and circumstances. When the causal forces giving rise to this particular kind of human life vanish, then I will die. I am not a thing. The mind is not a thing. Even the body is hardly a thing. It is a process, a dynamic, complex, multi-systemic process requiring fuel and temperature adjustment and so on to stay alive. If we died out in the forest and nobody found us, our body would gradually rot and decompose. So it was composed in the mother's womb and now it is decomposing. There is no substantial real existence to this body. We found ourselves in the family we grew up in with no sense of consciously choosing it. Some people are born into very, very difficult families where there's a lot of addiction or sexual abuse or cruelty. From the Dharma point of view, these arise as the movement of our own karmic ripening. There is no accident or mistake. All phenomena arise from causes. This is very, very profound and very challenging to this idea of, oh, these things happen. When we look around at these different realms, we might think, wow, I don't want to be there. I would not want to be in hell. I would not want to be an animal waiting for the abattoir. I would not want to be a whale with a stomach full of plastic. Everywhere we look, we see terrible situations. From the Dharma point of view, these are the products of karma. People throw away the plastic without caring, and that is a karmic quality, a lack of sensitivity to the environment, a lack of clarity about the interactive nature of our world. When we reflect in this way, we can develop the wisdom of seeing the precarious nature of our situation, of not falling asleep in life, but seeing that we don't know what the future will be. But due to the kindness of the Buddha, we can see the causal forces which give rise to the different kinds of life experience. Therefore, on this general dualistic level, we should develop kindness and compassion. With this level of practice, we are primarily focused on our own benefit. I can act in order to ensure both in relative terms a rebirth in an enjoyable environment, and I can use this opportunity to gain liberation from rebirth in the endless cycle of these six realms. How it develops is up to me. And what I have to do is to be heedful, mindful. I need to have a clear discernment of the difference between virtue and non-virtue. I have to avoid exploiting others or harming them. I have to do my best to bring benefit into the world. Could include planting trees, taking care of water supplies, and so on. So I think what is very interesting in this is, from this Dharma point of view, the factors that I have to develop in order to ensure a good future for myself are qualities which were actually not harmful for the environment, not harmful for other people, but can bring some well-being. That is to say, taking care of me doesn't mean ignoring your welfare. If I take care of myself in an ethical way, there will be benefit for all. So what we've been looking at this morning is the general Dharma framework for all the systems of Buddhist practice. In this frame of reference makes it easier to understand the orientation of the Dhammapada that we'll look at after the lunch break. So the invitation would be for you to reflect on whether you believe that you will go somewhere else after death. You will have lost your body, so who will you be if you're going somewhere else? Something subtle, maybe the same kind of subtle presence that came into the site of your parents' sexual engagement. When Buddhism is called a path to liberation, it means not liberation from my psychological difficulties. It means liberation from samsara. Samsara is the realm where I, as an individual ego self, am in constant complex interaction with an environment which is other than I. I'm not just liberated from my problems or difficulties, I'm liberated from duality. Duality is a delusion. From the very beginning, the primordial whole, the great completion, Sokpa Chembo, has never been fragmented. And so, in order to find the space in ourselves which allows us to be receptive to the intrinsic truth, we first do a bit of spring cleaning. We clear out the clutter of assumptions, beliefs, intentions, which fill the space of experience. This is not the whole path. But if you don't do at least some of this kind of practice, then you can find later, when you have done a lot of tantric purification or Dzogchen integration, these subtle traces of past habits return. So we have a chance, when we look in the Dhammapada, to see how to think about certain aspects of our behavior in the world with others. Okay, so we have an hour break now, and I'll see you then. Bye for now. Okay. So we were starting to look at impermanence. And we become aware that experiences arise and pass. People come into our lives in one mode and then they change. Our bodies change. Everything changes. And that when things are gone, they're gone. So if you don't let go of what is gone, what are you holding on to? The idea, the memory, the notion that the event or the person will return and be the same. So when we notice this happening for ourselves, it's a good opportunity to see how we can merge an appearance and our conceptual interpretation of the experience. And then it's as if we can repeat the concept, we are somehow recalling or re-evoking the thing itself. But of course, what is the concept referring to? I can tell you something about what I did yesterday. That's a reasonable thing to do in our world. I'm going to tell you where I went yesterday afternoon. But yesterday doesn't exist. It's only a concept. There's no referent. There's nothing that the concept yesterday is actually pointing towards. The same with tomorrow. Tomorrow I will go to the shops. This is a series of concepts which are creating a mental picture, but they don't have any direct relation to anything else. They are creating for me the world in which I live. That is to say, I live in a world of experiences. And what I experience are mental phenomena. I don't actually exist in relation to pure light, for example. I see a tree. I have a concept of a tree which I impose on the pattern of light which I experience. The tree that I see is a mental tree. So this is the starting point of the Dhammapada. In chapter 1, the first one, it says that the mind precedes experience. Mind in this context is the mental consciousness of interpreting what is arising. So my sense of what I am experiencing is revealed through the movement of my interpretive apparatus, if you like, towards what is occurring. So mind here is the compositional work of creating the patterns which we take to be a reality, be a something for us. Now, in terms of the Buddhist notion of liberation, this is very important because what it's saying is it is my own mental activity which is generating all the contexts and structures and patterns of my imprisonment. So, for example, somebody's parent might have died. They say, I miss my dad. We can feel for that. We might say, oh, that sounds very painful. But who is this dad that is missed? The recollection that I have of my father is a composite. My father is my father for me. My father was someone for many different people. They each had their own version of him. Their experience is valid, but we can't bring all our versions together and establish the true man, because my father didn't exist as my father. My father was a process of potential which unfolded or revealed itself for me according to my way of participating. So if he didn't let me do things I wanted to as a child, he was my horrible father. And when he bought me a bicycle, he was my lovely father. So what actual contact did I have with my real father? Maybe there is no real father. But if I missed my father, I might say, oh, I wish I had talked with him more. I wish I'd really got to know him. As if there was someone there who could be known, fully known, summed up. So what's it's describing in the Dhammapada is that mind is the chief, it's in charge of all experiences, and that they are generated by the mind, and that what is revealed for you depends on the current quality or filter or coloration of your mind. So he says, if with an impure mind one speaks or acts, then misery follows, just as a cartwheel follows the hoof of the ox. So what's being pointed out here is that we live in this ceaseless feedback loop, and that what is revealed to us is a reflection of our mode of participation. This again returns us to ourselves, to our own responsibility of what we bring to the feast. In fact, the world constellates around my mode of participation. So to express that in a rather extreme way, my experience of the world is a reflection of my mind. The world is an open potential. That is to say, it can be construed or interpreted or chopped up and patterned according to many, many different approaches and attitudes. The mind is the central concern in Buddhism. According to the contents, the potential contents that you can access, the world unfolds for you. When children are small, they often have very intense experiences of happiness and sadness. If they're sad and upset, it's often difficult for them to bring themselves out of that state. They're trapped inside an aspect of experience. And they need soothing from someone else, a hug, a song, some gentle tone of voice that allows them to relax out of the fusional state that they are in with the negative experience. As we get older, we become more skilled in slipping free of states which take us over. But as long as we're under the power or merged into that particular constellation, it is as if that is the limit of our world. This is usually clearest for us in terms of feelings. When we feel loved or in love, or when we feel rejected and desolate, these are pervasive kind of experiences that seem to spread through every aspect of our experience. But with concepts, it's not so different. The concept rings true for us or reveals its meaning to us by our participation with it. So if I say I saw a film yesterday and I really liked it, in the moment of saying I liked it, there's a kind of alignment with the sense of liking. I'm fused with the liking. And if somebody is describing a scene or a book or something in a way that brings it alive for us, they're using language and tone of voice in a way that allows optimal participation from us. So that starts to indicate that it is the absence of inherent content in the mind that allows the mind to reveal these multiple experiences. So when I say, I really like the movie I saw yesterday, this seems to be kind of infinitely true. I really liked it. But maybe I see it again 6 months later and I'm not so impressed. So to say I really like the movie, it is as if the power is in the movie. The film made me like it. But the fact that my response varies indicates that the liking of the movie is relational That's to say, the quality of contact between the film and my availability in that moment gives rise to this particular experience. So we can all observe this for ourselves. When we hear ourselves speaking a definite opinion, that we seem to have found something that's really true, a kind of as if we're revealing a sort of self-existing truth. If we stay with what we're saying, does it endure? It's true, and then our capacity to fully inhabit that truth starts to fade. So if I say, what should we say? If I say I love Crime and Punishment, it evokes memories of reading the book for the first time and getting to know a bit about Russian novels. But if I had to do 108, I love Crime and Punishment, that would be different. I get out my mala and I start, I love Crime and Punishment, love Crime and Punishment, love Crime and Punishment. Then truly it becomes a mantra. Because mantra means mind protector, and what protects the mind is the meaninglessness of the mantra. So the more I say, I really like Crime and Punishment, the words just, they thin out. I mean, why am I saying it? I can't get hold of it anymore. So then you can maybe start to see that meaning and value are qualities of participation rather than qualities of the object. So if we go on a little bit to verse 11, he says, mistakenly taking the unessential to be essential and the essential to be unessential, those who inhabit the realm of misleading thoughts never arrive at the essential. Oh, what is, from the point of view of Dharma, what is essential is that which allows us to come free of our delusions, our obscurations, and see things as they are. So, for example, you might like food, and you might know the place in your town where you can buy a really good cake. Well, it might be quite important for you in the course of a week to at least eat a cake twice. And this becomes part of the ritual of your life. I have found eating the cake in this cafe an extremely good method for the production of shit. I could eat bread and jam, but no, this cake makes a good shit. All food ends up as shit. We usually devote more attention to the aesthetic appreciation of food than we do to the aesthetic appreciation of shit. So from the point of view here, we take something, food is important, but it's not the end of the world. It's not truly essential. And by making it essential and important, we eat up our precious lifetime, because there is always something to think about, some new kind of experience to have, places to go, people to meet, and so on. Without demeaning ordinary life, without insulting it, these experiences of going for a walk in the park, they are also food becoming shit. It's there for a moment and then it vanishes. Maybe you feel your muscles feel good, you had some exercise, and your mood shifts for a while. So the benefits from these momentary participations in transient events, while perhaps being delightful or life enhancing, are not essential. If I go to the park and somebody says, James, tell me about yourself. Oh, I'm somebody who likes to walk in the park. And then we talk about the various places where we go walking. This is very nice, friendly chatting. But who am I? I'm somebody who likes to walk in the park. See, this is what the text is meaning by mistaken identification. is this really who I am? I'm talking about a behavior, an activity, which is sometimes true. If it's raining very heavily and it's cold, I don't want to walk in the park. So it's only very conditional to say that I'm someone who likes to walk in the park. So when we sit in the meditation and we experience different formations arising, which we could merge with and become, or we can let them go free, then we can see, oh, there is no end to ways of describing who I am, what I like, what I don't like, because new potentials are flowing through all the time. And this points us towards this key distinction between the mind and the content of the mind. Liking cake or walking in the park, these are contents. Does this content define the container? So I'm drinking tea in this mug, in this cup. I could also put milk or orange juice or coffee in it. But I have the habit of drinking herb tea from this mug. So it is as if the herb tea defines the cup, but the herb tea has no power to define the cup. If someone else takes the cup, they put whatever they feel like in the cup. What binds the herb tea to the cup is my habit formation, my belief. This is the same with the mind on this level of understanding. Certain factors arise in our mind and they seem to fuse with or belong with the mind, so that we say, I like to walk in the park. I am the cup. Walking in the park is the content in the cup. And then it is as if walking in the park tells you something about the cup, about I. But we only know something about I or about James because the cup has infinite potential. I also has infinite potential. The fact that I like to walk in the park does not determine I, because clearly we can like many things. However, we know that when we are merged with this transient content, we're getting ready to go to walk in the park, and the phone rings and we have to sit and take this important call. I am being frustrated from fulfilling my identity as someone who walks in the park. What is creating the sadness or the irritation is not simply the block on being able to walk in the park, but my strong bond with the idea that this is who I am and this is what I should be doing. So this points to a central understanding in Dharma. Suffering arises from attachment. Being attached to the idea that it's a perfect day for walking in the park, my suffering is arising from the interruption to the fulfillment of that belief. I'm grasping at the idea of myself as a park walking person. I'm also a telephone talking person. But I don't want to be talking on the telephone. I want to be walking in the park. Both activities are valid and useful, but I'm more invested in one. It feels more like me. It's what I want to be doing. I don't have equanimity. I have bias, a predisposition, which is essentially the, the revealing of my hierarchy of values. And that's why I suffer. Because as the Buddha said, there's two main kinds of suffering: getting what you don't want and not getting what you do want. So because of my tendency, because of my attachment to particular forms of how I think my life should be, I feel frustrated and annoyed. This is the way in which our ego self, which is a kind of extra energetic investment, affects the functioning of our mental consciousness. So when we read the Dzogchen text, it says, whatever comes, comes, whatever goes, goes. Sounds nice. Good luck to those who do it. But me, I fucking wanted to walk in the park and I couldn't, and I'm upset. So this is very helpful for letting us see how the open potential of the mind collapses into fixed patternings. And this patterning confirms I am who I think I am. I exist. This is me. But the cost of this is because I am committing myself to this particularized profile, is that I'm a hostage to fortune. Because any event can arise which runs across this patterning which I want to manifest in the world. So he's pointing here to the importance not to live all your life in a fusion of the mind itself and the content of the mind. We often believe things about ourselves which are not true. That is to say, we have a storyline about ourselves. Okay, that is to say, we have a storyline about ourselves. And the commitment to the storyline hides the actual manifesting details of our life. Just as the American government likes to believe it is a protector of democracy, but there's plenty of evidence that the CIA have been effective in removing democracies. So what is actually going on in the public presentation is not the same. So this is one of the functions of meditation, that we sit with ourselves as we are. We are revealed to ourselves. And then we realize that we are unstable, that we are highly reactive, highly impulsive. And this is the movement of the content of the mind. This is what is coming and going, coming and going. If I let the coming and going come and go, then there's no problem. But if I go with the coming and going, then I am distracted. That is to say, the mind is, as it were, open and simply attentive to what's there, as if it's the audience seeing this drama unfolding. And then next moment, I'm on the stage, I'm part of the drama. The attention has been hooked into participation in the movement of the patterning of thoughts, feelings, and sensations. The more we see this, the more we can see how freedom is not something far away. I lose my freedom by identification. When I'm apart, simply observing, then there is calm. It's the meaning of shamatha. It's just calm, and I am not the movement. But with attachment, I become part of the movement. I get drawn in. So if I can stop being drawn in, then I will have freedom. Now, if I simply track my breath so I don't fall in, I don't have much of a life. I would need to become a monk or a nun and live in a protective environment of a monastery so that I could be 24 hours a day observing the breath. So now we can see how shamatha as a practice is in harmony with the path of renunciation. It is a practice of avoidance. Some capacity for avoidance is very helpful, but it's a somewhat limited way of participating in the world. So later we'll start to look at the Mahayana path, which is about compassion and active participation for the benefit of others. And in order for that to function, we need to find a way of allowing the energy of connectivity to move so that subject and object are connecting, yet without the subject side losing its own ground. That is to say, when you have compassion inseparable from wisdom, you can be relaxed and spacious and participative. But this is a text about renunciation and avoidance. And so the focus is on reducing the stimulus in the field, the things, outer and inner things which are happening, in order to protect the mind from its habit of reactivity. At the end of this first chapter, it says in verses 19 and 20, if a person recites many Dharma texts, yet heedlessly does not put them into practice, then, like a cowherd counting the cows of others, he cannot be counted among the righteous. Reading Dharma books about someone else's experience is like counting other people's cows. What is important is your own experience, that you sit and you get lost. And then you become curious, how do I get lost? And you start to observe yourself moving into a fusion, a merging with something which is occurring. And then we see something very paradoxical. By merging with this arising formation, I confirm myself, because it feels like me, but simultaneously I've lost myself. Like in a dream. While I'm in the dream, I think it's all very true, but when I wake up, oh, it was a dream. I'm sitting in the practice, I go into this little riff of some thoughts and feelings. It feels familiar, feels like me. Then it dissolves because I was merged with the thought. I was not actually the thinker of the thought. It's the ego's narcissistic fantasy to imagine that it is the thinker of the thought. The thought vanishes. Where am I? I've lost the breath, which, although it's subtle, is available. I chased and merged into the thought and feeling pattern, which then left me like a whale washed on the beach. So that's what he's saying. Don't get carried away by theory. You don't need to know much about Buddhism. What you need to know is your mind. If you know about your mind because you read lots of books of theory, that may actually make it more difficult to find your mind, because now you have all these concepts about the mind that you can project ahead of you and then imagine that somehow the concept is the truth. So it's very important to return to the practice. Okay, so let's do another 15 minutes of this simple practice, and then we'll have a break. So sitting in a comfortable way, weight held by the spine, muscles relaxed, and the breath going easily through the nostrils. Just have that as your sole focus. Okay. So I hope you get a sense that in this practice we are renouncing involvement in the tempting flow of experience. So we say, I take refuge in Buddha, Dharma, Sangha. And the manifestation of that in this practice is I take refuge in the sensation of the breath. This is all I need. I don't need anything apart from this. If I hold to this, I'll be okay. So you can see in this the structure of a dualistic practice. It's privileging one thing and renouncing the other. And if you're not very used to meditation or you find it difficult, if you're in a difficult time in your life, this kind of practice is useful because it's clear and simple and not very sophisticated. Okay, so we have a break now for half an hour. Good. Bye. Okay. So I think by now you get the general idea of what the Dhammapada is about. You don't really need any commentary about it. Self-explanatory. The main thing is to read it and to put it into practice and try to see yourself in the many examples that are given, and use it as a support to observe how the mind gets tied in knots. I'll just make one last comment, which is in chapter 20, where from starting at 277, you had a comment on the 3 marks of conditioned existence. So he says, all that is compounded is impermanent. Then all that is compounded is suffering. Then all phenomena are without inherent existence. And for each of these, when this is seen with true discernment, one will not be afflicted by suffering. This is the true path. So there are 2 aspects to this. One is, sorry, on you go. The first is to understand compounded. Compounded means things are gathered together. They're brought into a co-production. So in this sense, an apple is compounded. Without the earth, without the apple tree, without the rain, the sun, without the farmer, without the shops, you wouldn't have the apple. So in this sense, a compounded is similar to dependent origination. Everything you see, everything you hear is compounded. And because they have a beginning, they have an end. They are impermanent. In these compounded appearances, they are also suffering. They are suffering because they manifest and you might not like them. And they're suffering because they will vanish and you might miss them. Being compounded, they are structurally, fundamentally unreliable. All phenomena are without inherent existence. They don't exist in and out of themselves. When we fall under the spell of the concept, it is as if the concept is pointing to something very real, almost self-existing. So if you have a concept of an apple, when you look at this thing in your fruit bowl, think, oh, that's an apple. An apple, it's singular, it's just there by itself. And of course it's not. The name, the concept apple seems to encapsulate it, put a wrapper around something which seems to make it true. But when you look, you see that what the concept is doing is sealing this manifestation off from the field of manifestation which it belongs in. Just as now with ecological concerns, people are worried that there is too much packaging in the shops. Well, we have much too much packaging in our minds. And by wrapping things in this plastic of the concept, we cut the world up into pieces. So when you really look, you see that there are no individual phenomena with their own existence. Everything is interconnected. Okay, so that's the main point. If you look in the chat messages, you'll see one there from Pedro, which gives you a link to another version of the Dhammapada, and also to an audio recording of the Dhammapada that Wendy has read from this text here. So then you could play it in your car if you wanted, or listen when you're out on a walk. And there is also a link to a Chopin prelude, the Raindrops. This is a very wonderful piece of music, and there are many, many interpretations of it. I have chosen this one because there's you can really hear the separate notes as they are arising, just like raindrops falling on a pond. So you might like to sit, relax, open, and just listen to the sound and really see the immediate precision of appearing, disappearing, appearing, disappearing. Because when you see the ungraspability of sound, that sound itself is ungraspable, then you see that all that is compounded out of sound, maybe something much more interwoven like Wagner or Beethoven, with a lyrical line that catches you and carries you away, you see, oh, this is only empty sound. And of course, particularly when music has a kind of tune, when it has these melodies that you become familiar with, it winds you into the three times, past, present, and future. Then we see how this reification, this attribution of inherent existence can happen with even the most subtle phenomena. Because I have heard this before, I know what will happen next. But this that you have heard before is not the this of this moment. It's wrapped in a concept, this. And then you can see directly how this wonderful richness of your own mind, its excessive exuberance, makes the world stale. Because actually this moment has never happened before and will never happen again. So I think Chopin is a good guide to this. Okay, so now we move on to the second text, the sharp weapon wheel. And it's taught, we have the version coming from Atisha. It was taught to him by Dharma Rakshita. And this is a text concerning the connective power of activity. That although, like the notes from Chopin, just this note, instant and dissolving, because of our excessive investment in our approach to what is occurring, this excess is the motility, the movement, the impetus of what drives forward the karmic retribution. You carry out an action from self to other, as if you were throwing a spear. It goes from here to there. But what he's pointing out here is that it's not a spear. It's a boomerang. It's going to come back to you. And the harder you throw it, the more force it comes back to you. And therefore, over-arousal, intensity of movement towards the other, trying to control or defeat, has to be done very carefully. So he begins, page 145, with the salutation to the great Heruka Yamantaka. Yamantaka means killer of death. So we are afraid of death. All that we are, all that we have, we're going to lose. But through this practice, one can cut off the life supply of death. You can kill death. This is maybe a strange way to talk, but the lifeblood or the life of death is the belief in the true existence of entities. I exist. Because I exist, because I am me, I don't want to die. This is a story, a deceitful story. Believing that we have inherent existence, death seems so terrible. Now, if I don't have inherent existence, am I nothing at all? Yeah, I'm here. I am moving, changing, responding. The flow of manifestation is ceaseless. I am not manifesting out of some little essence of me inside me. I am part of this field of experiences within which I participate. I am linked with it, or I am non-dual with it, or I'm co-emergent with it. The world moves and I move. I move and the world moves. So my arising and changing and moving is part of a ceaseless conversation between all the factors of the field, which includes me. And when you see that the energy of your life is changing and moving in this pulsating way, it's not a thing that has a beginning or an end. So this movement, which is occurring with you in your participation, is not something that has a beginning or end. We're not suddenly created by the meeting of the sperm and egg in the sexual act. The stream of potential of consciousness arrives at the meeting of these two energetic factors, and it's this tripartite meeting which generates life, this particular life. So in that sense, I am without beginning or end. Conception and birth was not the beginning, death is not the end, because the ground of my being is empty openness, the field of revelation within which the non-dual clarity of co-emergence occurs. So then he says, peacocks who walk in the forests of aconite, which is quite a dangerous poison, if they come into a nice garden of sweet flowers, they're not happy because they love this poison. It makes their colors shine more. Then he says, similarly, the bodhisattva coming into the forest of samsara, where there are many kinds of sufferings and difficulties and problems, they are happier there than having just a quiet, peaceful life, because for them, they know how to make use of suffering. So as we just looked, all suffering, the quality of suffering is, all compounded things have the nature of suffering. Suffering arises from the effort to try to create something enduring. Nothing endures, everything is impermanent. Suffering comes from grasping. The bodhisattva doesn't grasp. The bodhisattva is permeated by the four immeasurables. They have love, may all beings be happy and have the root of happiness. And they have compassion, may all beings be free from suffering and the root or the cause of suffering. May all beings have joy, may they be free, may they have the happiness and joy which is free from even the least trace of suffering. And may all beings abide in the equanimity, free of bias towards friends and away from enemies. This positive wish for the happiness of others, this aspiration to bring value and fulfillment into the hearts of all beings, is the great protection against suffering. Because the bodhisattva is concerned with the benefit of others, not the preservation of their own transient identity. When you see traditional statues of Tara or Avalokiteshvara, Chenrezi, you see them with these wonderfully pliable bodies. They are ready to move forward and make connection. They are not held inside in some meditation which cuts them off from the environment. Their basis is openness, which is availability. If they had some private possession, they might be trying to protect it inside. Keep away, don't take what's mine. But the essence of the bodhisattva is emptiness. This is our own true essence. When we imagine we have an identity which is specifically personal and vulnerable and has to be protected, we diminish ourselves. To enter the path of the bodhisattva is to turn towards the other, to privilege benefit for the other, And again, this is a paradoxical move, because the more we are concerned with the benefit of the other, the more we benefit ourselves. Just as in the 7-branch practice, which many of you will know, we have rejoicing in the success and happiness of others. If I see that you have success in your life, money, good health, if I see that you're meditating well, if I see that your mind is shining, and I rejoice in that, then whatever merit and vitality you have, I also will partake of that. Generosity of spirit is a multiplier. Everything increases. But if we have jealousy, it shrinks our own resources. So he says, although beings strive continuously to attain a state of happiness, they experience suffering due to the power of their own former actions. Whereas the bodhisattva who accepts the condition of suffering are always happy due to their strength and courage. So in the previous text, there was a lot of emphasis on practicing virtue and avoiding non-virtue, increasing happiness and diminishing suffering. But happiness and suffering are born together. They are polar points on the same binary. What is happiness without suffering? Similarly, suffering, the absence of happiness. So if you only want to have happiness and you want to get rid of suffering, you're pulling some aspects of the world towards you and pushing others away. And this is very exhausting. If you want to have a garden without weeds, you could spray weed killer everywhere, but that will also kill all the flowers. Or you can go out every day and pick up the new weeds. That's quite tiring too. But in one moment, you can free yourself from this problem. From this day on, I accept the non-duality of flowers and weeds. Flower is a concept, weed is a concept, all concepts are empty. So this is the path of the bodhisattva. Without entering into duality and the manipulation that arises from it, they accept that suffering is part of arising, it's part of the field of experience. If you cook, you have to do the dishes. They go together. I like cooking, but I hate the dishes. Why? They are just activities. But once you set up some hierarchical evaluation and you're ascribing joy to cooking, but boredom to having to clean the pots and pans, then you divide your world. So he says, here and now, desire is like the poisonous forest, and the bodhisattva, like the peacock, must be able to make use of it. The timid raven would die if it were to eat such things. Similarly, how could self-focused people digest the poison of desire? When we have desire, we often don't get what we want. We often don't get what we want. So I'm saying when we have desire, we often don't get the thing that we want. So that's what they mean by self-focused people. I'm wanting this for me. So with the arising of desire, I feel quite expansive. I want that, but I can't get it. Now I feel retracting and sad because desire is like a scorpion. It has a sting to its tail. Whereas for the bodhisattva, like the peacock, is able to take that which seems to be poisonous, but by not employing it in a self-referential way, it becomes something life-affirming. When we have an ego self as our central focus point, our positioning is exclusive. You are not me, I am me. This is a private members club. But for the bodhisattva, everything is inclusive. So when they say, may all beings be happy, this includes themselves. They're not saying only happiness for the other. They're not saying only happiness for self, but all beings be happy. So then the desire for health, for wealth, for good fortune, for good harvest is inclusive. And because I want you to have good health, even if I become sick, I'm happy that you are healthy. So this is interesting because now the loving compassion and joy that says, "Oh, you look so well. It's beautiful." This is spreading out from my heart like the rays of the sun. But if I think, "Oh God, you're a bit younger than me, but you look so healthy. I'm really, really old and tired." Then I'm recruiting the difference that I perceive into a cause of sadness in myself. You look so healthy, but I don't. So we see this is also like a boomerang. My attention goes out to you. I perceive how I take you to be, but bam, it comes back and strikes me because I'm caught up in the toxic activity of comparing and contrasting. So if I have some success and I don't know, I win €1,000, and then I hear that you won €10,000, your success has just pissed on my €1,000. What am I going to do with €1,000? You have 10,000. So this is the crazy relativization of positionings inside samsara, in which we go up and down according to these vagaries of circumstance. So he's indicating we should keep our heart open and expansive with infinite good wishes to all beings. And we find that then our heart becomes like the wish fulfilling gem. If I wish you well, and I wish you well, and I wish you well, this never becomes empty. This wishing pot doesn't lose its content. And through this path of kindness, the infinite openness, the emptiness, the infinity of the heart is revealed to us. And in this way, the poison of desire is not a problem at all. So he says, if the other afflictions are similarly employed in a self-centered way, then those who are like the raven will lose their chance of freedom. So when we have opacity, when we have this mental dullness or anger or jealousy or pride, and we hold this in a self-referential way, then we are diminished. However, he says the bodhisattva is like the peacock who consumes the poison of the forest, for he takes the afflictions and using them to nourish his vitality, he enters the forest of samsara. By willingly making use of them, the power of the poisons is vanquished. So we looked earlier today at how the problem arises in meditation when we fuse into the pattern of thought or feeling that is arising. So anger is aversive. It's pushing something away. I don't want. So when you have this calm, easy relationship with anger and aversion, you protect yourself against fusion into the intoxication, the intoxicating belief that this object will fulfill my destiny. If pride arises, pride is the sense of your qualities, and these qualities are dedicated to the benefit of all beings. So pride allows you to give more to others. It's a bit similar in Tantra, where we have the idea of pride as the deity. We move from pride in an ego self formation to pride in being Tara or Padmasambhava. We don't want to be overinflated, but we also don't want to be kind of too thin and humble. If you say, in this and all my future lives, I'm going to work for the benefit of others, well, then it helps if you've got some good qualities. So knowing the qualities available to you, knowing that these are the fruits of action in a previous life and not actual possessions, then you can make use of pride. So what he's saying here is that the intention to benefit others removes the toxicity of these patterns of energy. What makes anger dangerous is, why did you do that? I hate you. I kill you. It says, I cut you off. You don't exist for me. So it's operating from duality and from the fact that I have to win and you have to lose, and from my joy in your annihilation. So when this basis of dualistic perception is dissolved, when I am with you and I am for you, then the energy of aversion is not about annihilating you, but about freeing us from the confusion which blocks the openness of our field of shared participation. Okay, read too long, sorry, my fault. Well, its meaning is that if you don't enter into the duality of self and other, and the privileging of yourself, and the enjoyment of the defeat of the other, this frees the movement of aversion to be in the service of the healthy movement in the field. Just as when they were cutting the trees down in the old days in Canada and America and Norway, they roll them down the side of the hill into the water, and then people with spiked shoes have to stand on the logs and get them swirling in case they jam together. The aversive push sets the logs free to flow. Just as in practices we sometimes say put, which is again an aversive shocking that frees the log jam. Okay. So then he says, the cause of our revolving powerlessly in samsara is our own adherence to our sense of self, this servant of the demonic Mara. Mara means a negative force which impedes awakening. There are different kinds of Maras. But here he's saying your own sense of individual self is a messenger or a servant of Mara. The function or role of your ego self is to stop you awakening. So he then says, we must completely free ourselves from the attitude of desiring only our own benefit and happiness, and then happily and enthusiastically strive for the benefit of others. Self-centered striving blocks the arising of happiness. So unless we find a way to be not the servant or messenger of Mara, but the servant or messenger of the Buddha, of the enlightened mind, we're going to be tied in knots to be for the other. When we start from the egotistical point of view, the idea to be for the other, completely for the other, often feels like a terrible loss and action of damaging myself. But what about me? And here we see very precisely the meaning of duality. If I'm for you, I'm not for me. If I'm for me, I'm not for you. Me, you, I understand. But we, in it together, all of us, it doesn't have so much energy for most of us. If I benefit you, I benefit. That's a very unsettling idea. It's only through our actual participation with an open heart in this practice that we start to taste the truth of it. Because rationally, it doesn't make sense. With the pandemic, we hear these messages, we're all in it together, and until the whole world is safe, no one will be safe. But all the wealthy countries have been storing up the vaccine. Even when their own population have double injection, they still don't want to give it away. Because this underlying sour taste, what about me, is so powerful, especially in politics. We have America first, China first, Russia first, and now we even have Little Britain first, like the little family poodle running along behind. I'm in it as well. So people have a good intention, but they sabotage it because what about me? And he says, being driven by the force of karma and always experiencing the afflictions is the suffering shared by all beings. You see this with the animals in the field, with the way the birds that are coming certainly to Britain are less and less every year because of the poisons in the fields and so on. There's so much suffering everywhere. I, who like happiness, will take all their sorrows upon myself. I like happiness. I don't like sorrow, but I will take their sorrow. We haven't grown little angel wings, you know. We do like happiness, but for the sake of the other, I will take their sorrows onto myself. If the habit of concern for my own welfare should remain with me, then in order to stop this, I will give all my happiness to all beings. This is so powerful, so counter cultural values. It's against everything we are brought up to believe. Of course, we can recognize it as the basic orientation of Tonglen, of giving our happiness to others and taking their sorrow. In this way, whenever we are troubled by those around us, we must encourage ourselves to be patient, recalling that this situation is the result of our own disturbed actions. I try to help you, but somehow I can't help you. What's wrong with you? He's saying, don't take that road. If you go down that road, then I'm right, you're wrong, you're impeding me. And if you are causing trouble for me, then subject and object are truly divided. So he's saying, be patient and remember that this situation is the result of my own karma. So this is the beginning of a very powerful idea. All the trouble that I experience anywhere is caused by myself. Difficulties in my life, but also difficulties in your life, and that because I'm connected with you, these arise from my own bad behavior in the past. So I have no basis for blaming you, but also I'm not blaming myself. I'm patiently accepting that this is the case. And so it becomes a fuel for my Dharma practice of purification and increasing kindness and giving to others all the happiness that there is. The cause of all these difficulties has been my own bad action, which arises from my selfishness, from me first. Now that these results are ripening, if I continue to say me first and blame you, then the circle is just turning more and more. So, for the sickness of samsara, for the misery and suffering of beings, we apply the great antidote, which is you first. I am for you. No, this is a practice. It's not just an idea. When we get irritated by the behavior of other people, people we know, friends, family, politicians, and so on, people who behave badly, we should catch the danger of reificatory objectification. For example, if somebody outside in the road keeps their big diesel engine running while they're talking on their mobile phone, of course, you can see a pattern of ideas. They shouldn't do this. It's polluting the atmosphere. What are they thinking about? I don't like what they're doing. So you tap on their windscreen and say, hey, what are you doing? Turn your engine off. And of course they reply, well, fuck you too. They don't say, thank you so much, I wasn't aware. So we have to be skillful. People are lost. They're entitled to be lost because they are in samsara, which is the land of the lost. They are selfish. They behave badly. They don't care. This is why they're here. The 5 poisons are the entry ticket for samsara. So if I want to help them get out of samsara, showing them the intensity of my 5 poisons is probably not very helpful. So we wish them well. And we realize the mental restrictions arising in this person arise because in a previous life I treated them badly. Now, this might sound like madness. The first reading is telling them off, don't do that. Probably doesn't change very much. The second reading of the situation says, this is arising from me. I am here. I can make reparation. I can do something different. And I'm willing to make reparation. I'm committed to this. So I, who want to help, should help, rather than insist that someone who doesn't want to help should help. In this way, you can develop patience, you can be more tolerant of other people. And the more tolerant you are, the softer you become, the more pliable, like the bodhisattva. And then you can bend to find the optimal connectivity with the other. So this is a very beautiful text. It's a text to feed the heart and to give us the courage and resources to transcend our own limitations. The ingredient he hasn't mentioned yet, of course, is emptiness. Wisdom and compassion are compared to the 2 wings of a bird. And wisdom in the Mahayana tradition is the wisdom of seeing the emptiness or the lack of inherent existence in any phenomena. When you see the man inside the car on his phone with the engine running, and you recognize, oh, this man who is so annoying exists only in my head. This is appearance and emptiness, unborn from the very beginning. I, through my own mental processes, turn him into something real, separate, and bad. So we have to unite the wisdom of emptiness with the infinite generosity of compassion. And this lovely text will show us how to do this. So we will continue with it tomorrow at 10 in the morning. Thank you to our translators and to Pedro for keeping the show on the road, and to all of you for your participation. Good. Pleasure. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, James.
Bye-bye. Thank you, James.
Bye.
Thank you very much.
James, thank you.
Beijo, João querido, pela tradução.
Thank you, James.
Obrigada, João.
Hey.
Obrigada, James.
Bye-bye.
Bye, everyone. Tomorrow. Bye.
Bye. See you tomorrow.
So we'll return to the text in a moment. So I hope some of you managed to listen to the Chopin. The first text we were looking at yesterday, the Dhammapada, would not be in favor of that. Because from that point of view, samsara is a dangerous place full of many seductions which can lead us astray. But when we come into the Mahayana view, and especially into Tantra, we want to be able to make use of all the possible resources available to us, applying the same approach as we do in the meditation, neither merging into what is occurring, nor holding ourselves apart from it. So if you listen to music, you can be carried away by it, find yourself immersed in it. But for our purposes, it's helpful just to stay present with the arising moment so that the naked, unadorned arising is open to by our naked, unadorned mind. As soon as we come into judging and evaluating and commenting, the freshness of the moment is lost as we incorporate it into our interpretive schema. So if we can learn to be fresh in each moment with each situation as it emerges, we have no need to fear the many different permutations of patternings we encounter. So now this text is going to move on to a more detailed examination of karma as cause and effect. The view of cause and effect that we look at here is not one generally found in modern cultures. For example, often we have parent-child modes of cause and effect. For example, God the Father makes the world and we are his children. Although we are made in his image, we have free will, we have the possibility of acting according to our own volition. And if I make bad decisions, I will be punished. This is quite a common notion, which many modern cultures turn away from as being ridiculous. But then we might think, oh, if bad things happen, it's a kind of accident. But then we are just like children wandering around, not knowing why things happen. We say meaningless things like, I was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Doesn't explain anything. How could I know? I am a small lost person. We can also find explanations through astrology. There may be some validity in that, but what are these forces which are acting on us? Do we understand it in terms of a communication, a co-emergence that one can work with? In which case we have to become very precise about what is happening. You can look up books or on the computer, the changes of the transits, but there are so many changes going on. How will we identify what precisely is in play in this moment when I'm walking to work? Then many cultures still have notions of demons and spirits, of curses and charms of various kind. This is often seen that someone is making use of these forces to attack me. There is the power in the magical spell and the power in the demonic force, and bad people use this against me. I am the innocent victim. So I need to get some great magus, some sorcerer who has more power to send these bad spells back. This increases our sense of duality and vulnerability and oppression. We have other systems of thinking of cause and effect we might call in the adult mode. For example, we have the objective cause and effect, which is the arena of modern science and technology, medicine, and so on. It's something which has no appeal to magical thinking. It's concerned with the relationship between forces. So if you have a cooker and you put on the power, the plate is heating or the gas is burning, you put water in a pan to heat it. So the fire and the pan will have a communication, but you have to put the pan onto the place where the heat is. Otherwise, it won't get hot. So in science, looking for patterns of connectivity. These causal forces meeting this situation bring about particular result. Karma, as we'll come to look at it, belongs inside an adult mode of thinking. It's not something happening to us as victims, but it's not just something caused by forces out there in the world. The quality of my participation, the flavor or valency of my intention impacts the kind of consequence I have. So here we would differentiate between the immediacy of the, if you like, the objective effect and the latency of the power of the consequence. So, for example, if I develop some intense hatred of you, and I take a knife and stab you, the effect is you are dead. I see you are dead. I'm happy you are dead because I hate you, but I don't want to get any trouble. So I run away. Maybe a month later, the police come and find me. The effect on you of the stabbing was immediate. The effect on me of the punishment is delayed. Now, in the Tibetan, this is described as lei jum dre. Lei means activity, ju means a cause, and drebu means a fruit. Fruit, as we know, ripens. It takes time to become ready. So the tendencies arising in me when I became angry and stabbed you, and my commitment to the anger that kept me free of remorse at having killed you, this organization of my way of experiencing the event ripens gradually through time. Usually it's considered to manifest in a later lifetime. There are 5 things which are actions which are considered to have an immediate effect: causing the body of a Buddha to bleed, killing an enlightened good person, an arhat, killing your mother, killing your father, and causing disturbance in the Sangha. These are considered to have immediate effect. But for other things, it takes some time. This time lag thins our conscious attention to the relation between the causal act and this consequence arising later. So things happen and we don't really know why. So this is an idea of causation which is not purely objective, but is subjective in that the patterning and intensity and quality of the mental factors itself generates consequences which are manifest in the world. So now he's going to give us quite a lot of examples of how this can occur. If you have the book, it's on page 151. So he says, when our bodies experience unbearable sickness, this is because we have previously caused harm to the bodies of others. So then he says the key point here, now the sharp weapon of these bad actions comes turning back on us. As if there was a wheel turning and it had a sharp blade at one point. We spin the wheel so that the blade is going round towards the other person. Now it's cutting into them. Now they are experiencing the force of my intention. But the wheel doesn't stop there. It keeps turning, and so this blade comes back and cuts into me. This is just the basic principle of karma, that you cannot escape the movement of the structures of your own mind. And this returning, ripening, as I was suggesting before, will happen without you understanding why it's occurring. So this addresses the question, why do bad things happen to good people? someone has been very nice, very kind, very thoughtful, and yet still they get sick. Small children develop cancers. They have to go to hospital and have painful procedures. When we look at the child, we think it's so pure, so innocent. How terrible that this should happen to them. But the causal movement which has generated this effect was occurring in many previous lifetimes. So although at birth it looks like, oh, a beginning, a fresh start, something new, this person has never been in existence before. Yet from the Buddhist point of view, in their energetic stream, there are the potentials for the arising of the consequence of the previous activity. This stream is called Santana, or in Sanskrit, or Rangyut. It means the self-continuity or the self-flow. It's not a form or a kind of Swiss bank vault where things are hidden in little boxes. Rather, it's almost like a flow of seeds of different kinds of flowers. And these seeds are moving. So some go to sort of the depth of the flow, and others are lifted up to the surface of the flow. That is the ripening, that they become more available for manifestation. And then due to the configuration of external factors and the internal ripening, you have the manifestation of the happiness, the good luck, or the illness. That is to say, we again have the middle way. It's not that something is coming just out of nothing, but neither is the moment of ripening predetermined. It's not written somewhere in some big book of truth. This is why purification practices like the practice of Vajrasattva are very important, because they open a space between this potential for consequences and the triggering events in the world. In the same way, if we develop kindness towards other beings, if we have goodwill, if we say, may all beings be happy, and it's a really heartfelt experience, then we're changing the mood of our manifesting continuum. And this makes it more difficult for these negative forms to manifest. So it's not that we are helpless victims of our past actions. There is a dynamic process of manifestation. This can be influenced in various ways. By being mindful and consciously attending to the arising contents in your mind, you can hold back from merging with them. And of course, this is very difficult. It means you have to be on the job all the time. We know that we get tired and lazy and we think, oh, what the hell? And we're less careful. Moreover, it requires us to develop patience and profound equanimity so that we don't manifest an immediate reactivity to provocations. Not only do we want to protect our body and our friends, our family, and so on, but we might want to protect people in other countries from the effects, say, of climate change. We see that disastrous consequences will arise for them in terms of flooding, in terms of the loss of their ways to feed themselves and so on. So we see, oh, these patterns of change are manifesting. We can see that suffering will arise. At that point, there is a danger that we say, this is terrible, and we feel anger and outrage, and we want to do something. Who is the enemy? The government. They don't do enough. big business, oil companies, the rich people. Of course, there is some truth in this. I am angry because they are bad. That's a very nice expression of dualism. I am real and right, and you are real and wrong. So we can see that maintaining a balanced mind with clarity and compassion is not so easy. It's not a matter of a dogma or taking up a position, but of seeing the manifesting complexity and moving where you can in relation to that, while being aware that actions have consequences. And you may believe that climate change is terrible and therefore a noisy protest is valid, but somebody who is late getting to work because of your protest may simply feel hatred towards you. So in the goal of bringing about the good, you have evoked the negative feelings in someone else. So in brief, when we're thinking karma, we're opening to a big vista in time and space. We're aware of many factors operating together, and that the explanations and decisions and conceptual elaborations that I develop are restricted. They are also restrictive in that they act on other people by locating them in particular identifications, which is why we, in our practice, we have an emphasis on meditation. The great balm is the spaciousness of the unborn, of emptiness, of the absence of inherent existence. But when we don't have access to that, when we see things as strongly real, then I act for my purposes on this situation, and the power of that meeting of subject and object generates these patterns which continue to persist until they manifest as the karmic consequence. So then he says in this verse, from this time on, we will take on ourselves the sicknesses of all beings without exception. So the antidote when we experience sickness is not to try to get rid of it for ourselves, but to open ourselves to the ill health of other people and take all that onto ourselves. So this is this view, which is not an ordinary daily view. This view is embedded in the clarity of understanding the absence of inherent existence. I am here, each of us, we can feel, we are a body, we have sensations, thoughts, feelings. How I am here depends on the circumstances, the kind of chair I'm sitting in, the kind of activity I'm attending to. So as we started to look yesterday, I am part of a conversation occurring in the environment that I am part of. I am not a thing. I'm not an isolate, a separate entity. I am a pulsation of participatory communication. And this is all that I have ever been. That's what small babies are. They're moving around, wriggling, doing all kinds of things, feeding and shitting, and the body is moving. Their big eyes look around. We're not quite sure what they see, but anyway, they're in connectivity. I went for a walk in the park yesterday evening, and there were many people with their dogs, a whole group of them, maybe 20 dogs. Some of the dogs were running very fast and then coming back quite proudly. And very small, a little terrier was pushing against someone's leg and looking up with a little charming face. Do you love me? Do you love me? So in that way, we can see that these animals find their own way to try to get some attention, to be included. And according to the size of their body, their temperament, their owner, they work out strategies for staying in the game. But here, he's not he's saying if you simply stay trying to be a manager of the factors that are occurring in order to optimize your own benefit, you won't be able to get to the very root of disturbance. This stream of continuity was there before we were born and will continue after we die, and it can manifest as a dog, as a bird, as a human. It's not a thing, it's not a soul, but a dynamic stream of potential. And this potential, when it condenses around the idea, the concept of an entity, takes on an identity. I exist, I'm a person, I want to be happy, I want to be healthy. The Dharma is saying, as according to the Heart Sutra and the Mahayana Sutras, which explain dependent origination and so on, you are infected with the thought that human being is your true identity. Human being is the temporary contingent patterning of your manifestation. It's very easy for each of us to die. You can stand on the soap in the shower and slip and bang your head and you're gone. The factors of death are all around us all the time. We have a conversation between the factors of maintenance and the factors of destruction. So this precious identity of I, me, myself, who I take myself to be, this is something I have to defend. So I want to establish the castle of myself, this fortress that nothing can damage. So I live in my fortress, the drawbridge is up, the windows are very narrow, I am safe. But in order to be safe, I am put myself in my own prison. This is the basic understanding of the finite quality of identity. Our mind, our potential is infinite. When we take ourselves to be simply and totally and only this finite person, then we deny most of ourselves. I am small and fragile and vulnerable. Therefore, I have to protect myself. Now, the Mahayana view is not like this. Mahayana means big vehicle, means the view is the view of emptiness. It's all encompassing. So instead of saying, oh, when I get sick, I need to find the best doctor and try to protect myself, I see, oh, I am sick because in the past I have harmed others. In that sense, this consequence belongs to me. And I harmed others because I said, me first, I'm important. So the cause is the toxic privileging of myself above others. And the one antidote for this is to privilege others above myself. So he says, from this time on, we will take on ourselves the sicknesses of all beings without exception. How is this possible? I'm just me, and I don't want to be sick. So as long as I am encapsulated inside the egoic identification, there's nothing much I can do. Like with these little Russian dolls where one figure is inside another and another and another. My ego self is very small. And if I sit inside that, this is all I am. Well, I breathe out and I breathe in. Oh, the air of the world is my friend. The water of the world that I drink is my friend. The barrier between self and world is not as thick as I imagine it. I am part of the world. I'm co-emergent with the world, with the flow of experience. So now my little space has opened, and I'm becoming bigger and bigger and bigger. And I'm warming and softening my heart by saying, may all the people in London be happy. May all the people in Britain be happy. May all the people in Europe be happy. May all the people in the world be happy. May all beings in the 6 realms of samsara be happy. May my friends be happy. May my enemies be happy. May all victims be happy. May all murderers, rapists, and torturers be happy. And the more we open and soften ourselves in this way, we see that these rigid definitions of good and bad, entitled, not entitled, start to soften and dissolve. And it's on the basis of this that I can say, I will take the suffering of all beings into myself. The self I take that into is my non-self. It is the space of the mind which opens to everything. The infinity of the mind is the source of everything, and it can contain everything. So we can see how he is already setting up this co-presencing of our limited self and our infinite self. The infinite self not only does not give rise to narrow egoistic behavior, but it is the arena of awareness which is able to contain and dissolve everything, just as clouds can dissolve into the sky. Here, he also gives an alternative reading, which is it's according to the tradition. So you can put these sentences together in a different order. It has a slightly different feeling to it. So here we start with the causal action. We say, previously, I have caused harm to the bodies of others. So we're being truthful. I have done this. Now the sharp weapon of these bad actions comes turning back upon us so that our bodies experience unbearable sickness. This is why it's happening. And the final sentence is the same. From this time on, we'll take on ourselves the sickness of all beings without exception. Now, again, this is shows the different orientation between the text we looked at yesterday, because there it's saying how virtue leads to happiness and non-virtue leads to unhappiness. And so you have to earn your good place in samsara, being born in the upper realm of happiness. You have to earn that by your own good action. And if you've done bad actions, well, you're going to have to suffer that yourself. But here he says, I will take all of this suffering on me, and I'll do it for bad people. I'm not being selective. My love is unconditional. Means it's not a reward. It's not conditional on your behavior. This compassion is inseparable from emptiness. Emptiness is without bias, without prejudice. It's not judging and evaluating and rewarding. Saying, you are already within emptiness. You suffer because of the delusion of what you take to be the true separation of subject and object. Then, on the basis of that, you have your value system, which feeds into your actions. All beings have the 5 poisons. They have mental opacity. Their mind is not clear. Due to this, they have appropriative desire, wanting to get something, and they have aversive aggression, trying to push things away. And from that, they have pride and jealousy. These are the 5 afflictions or kleshas or poisons. The first one, the mental opacity, is not seeing that the mind is empty luminosity. When this is not awakened to, when we are unaware of our own infinite openness, that our mind is not a thing, and that what is arising in the mind is always transient, then our mental patterning forms around the idea of I exist, I am like this is my personality. Human beings don't generally talk about their mind in any open way. We talk about our memories and feelings and how we are, which is to say our personality. From this Dharma point of view, this personality has appearance, that is to say, it's manifesting. We have these qualities which are undeniable, but they are not truly existing. They appear like a rainbow in the sky, like a mirage, manifesting but ungraspable. There's nothing to get, and yet the appearance has an influence on the arising of other appearances. So again and again, we see the cause of karma, which drives rebirth in the six realms, is the mistaken identification of ourselves as some discrete entity. And now we have quite a few verses saying something rather similar. So when suffering arises in our minds, this is because we previously disturbed the minds of others. And so now the sharp weapon of these bad actions comes turning back on us. From this time on, we will take all suffering on ourselves. So my suffering has arisen due to myself. Myself is not real, due to the delusion of believing that the unborn was born, that the uncreated was created. I exist, you exist. If you exist and I exist, I can disturb you. I upset you, I interfere with your plans, I lie to you, cheat you, and so on. This is not because I am a bad person, but it's because the energy that flows, manifesting moment by moment, has gone through a kind of veil, the veil that interprets appearances as truly existing. This is not something mysterious. When you go to the cinema, you see patterns of light, but that's not what you see. The people, houses, cars, people doing things, there is dialogue, there is a plot. You see light and you interpret people and actions. You hear empty sound and you interpret language, narrative, and dialogue. If the truth was in a movie, then I could go to Warsaw and sit and watch a Polish movie. I notice people are laughing. I don't know why, because I don't know Polish. I paid my money, I'm sitting on the seat, I'm looking at the movie, but I'm not getting what they're getting. The missing key is your own mind. It's not in the object. So when we realize this, when we have an enemy and we want to harm them, our enemy is not a real entity out there. Our enemy is our interpretation of the potential which is manifesting. Friend and enemies arise through our own mental processes. So it takes us right back to the beginning of the Dhammapada. The mind is chief. According to the content of your mind, you project interpretations onto this glistening field which you participate in, and you falsely take it to be constituted out of real entities. So then he says, when we are tortured by intense hunger and thirst, this is because we previously practiced cheating, theft, robbery, and avarice. And so now the wheel of these bad actions come back to us. From this time on, we'll take all hunger and thirst on ourselves. So hopefully you start to see the mode of interpretation that's operating here. The cause was our diminished sense of self. In English, we have a concept, compassion fatigue. So you might give some money to charities and try to help people. And you come home from work and you want to relax, you put on the television. And there's a picture for some charity bringing fresh water in Africa. And there's a little child looking with very big eyes. Enough, enough. You want to switch the television off. I feel persecuted. I feel blackmailed by this suffering. I've had enough. This is a very normal reaction for the ego self, because we are limited. If we're limited, we have limited capacity. In the text, it's like a shoehorn. He's trying to ease us into the attitude of a bodhisattva, so that we can walk with these bigger shoes. I am for the other. But what about me? At first, what about me comes first, and I want to help other people. That's if possible, if I can. But the more we do the practice, it becomes same time. I'll help you, and it should be okay for me too. Then gradually we move towards you first. You have it. And if there's any left, I can have some, but if not, it's okay. Then we experience this great transformation, that my heart is not being fed by these 8 worldly concerns of gain and loss, success, pride, and so on, but I am being fed by love for you. This is one of these great alchemical mysteries. I am replenished by giving. By offering everything to you, I am filled. But if I go in the other direction and try to protect myself and put myself first, I end up tired and exhausted and vulnerable. There are these 2 forces here. One is the warmth, the softening warmth of loving kindness. This is like a great flower, maybe like a peony, with beautiful petals spreading out. But it has a root. Its root has to be planted in the ever open ground of emptiness and absence of inherent existence. Kindness planted in the small, exhausted earth of the ego self will soon die. But emptiness, which is, of course, the mother of all the Buddhas, is an infinite cornucopia, a magic tree offering everything ceaselessly. So we have to open our minds to emptiness, and later in the text, he is going to address this directly. Okay, so we'll take a break now for half an hour, and then we continue. Thank you, and see you soon. Ho, ho, ho. Ho, 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 ho. People, people. Good. So for the next several verses, it has the same structure with the same idea that difficulties we have now arise from causes we have created ourselves. No, what we are doing with this kind of international communication is quite incredible. 20 years ago, we would never think of doing this. And now it becomes normal. And then a little problem arises and it seems terrible. This is how the mind is operating, that somehow life should always be easy and have no difficulty. And according to the Mahayana tradition, the great antidote for such irritation is gratitude that it happens at all. Okay, so in the next verse, he's saying, when we suffer powerlessly as the servants of others, this is because we have previously acted angrily with the lowly and forced them to work for us. It's the verse that begins, Wong Me, Shengi Koshin. If you persecute others, if you treat them as servants, sooner or later, you will find yourself in the inferior position. This is because all polarities are linked together, high and low, hot and cold. And if you try to stay only in one polarity soon and keep other people in the other one, sooner or later it reverses. This is because everything arises independent origination with many factors. No identity, no piece of land, no amount of possessions can be held on to forever. So again and again, we're being encouraged to to attend to the dynamics of the environment and of our place in the environment. And he describes how if we have unpleasant things being said to us, this is because previously we have lied and cheated and slandered other people. And then he says, if we're born in a country where everything is impure, this is because we were cultivating impure ideas. This doesn't mean simply that we had negative thoughts, but that we had reificatory thoughts. All negative behavior arises from objectification. And then it goes on, if we are separated from people dear to us, people who help us, this is because previously we've encouraged people to depart from their circle of friends and relatives. And we can do this directly and indirectly. So, for example, when the British were leaving Afghanistan, they didn't take a good protection for the people who had worked from them, the translators and so on. And this, now we encourage them to flee from Afghanistan in order to be safe. They have, and we say, oh, if they come to England, they're very lucky. But they lose the chance to speak their native language. Many of their friends, families, they may never see again. All that was familiar to them is lost. We separate people from what is dear to them in many ways. So if we think about international economics and the way clothes are produced in huge factories, very often with people sleeping in dormitories. In order to earn money, they have to leave their families. Many people travel from the Philippines to the Middle East to work on building sites, to work as maids and so on, to send money back home. The fact that we don't particularly want to know about international economics doesn't mean that we are not implicated in these fragmentations of people's lives and ordinary ways of living. Again, these two factors, we develop empathic attunement, a greater sensitivity to the situation of others, and that compassion is connective. We start to be willing to experience sensations through our resonance with the sensations that other people experience. Oh, sometimes you can feel overwhelmed by doing this. That's because the ego self goes into vibration. And if we are meditators, we see, oh, the reason I have fear is because at this moment I am identified with the ego self, which will die, which doesn't like suffering, which is very vulnerable. But I also have Buddha nature, the capacity for awakening. And all beings have that capacity for awakening. Whatever their current situation, whether it's a fish in the sea or an ant crawling on the earth, they have the potential for awakening. Forgetfulness of one's own true presence leads to imaginary identifications with these other seeming forms of existence. So this is something we can consider more and more. And if we do this, then every person we meet is going to encourage us to be more generous of spirit, kinder, more thoughtful. And the key point is to maintain equanimity and tender responsivity. That our mind has the capacity to reveal what is occurring. In this, it's often compared to a mirror that just shows what is placed in front of it. It's not disturbed by what it shows, but it's also not editing what it shows. So when we see people on the street, maybe very drunken people, pissing on their own clothes, people who are lost, we can feel sadness for them. This sadness arises, suffusing our mind, so we don't need to defend against it. But at the same time, we don't need to pour ourselves into it, identifying with it and feeling tormented by it. Always in Dharma, we follow the middle way, neither fused nor avoidant. And the more we do this, then wisdom and compassion come together. So then he says, when the holy ones, when good people are not happy with us, this is because previously we have abandoned holy ones and adopted bad friends. So he gives many different examples, and they're all pretty self-explanatory. So I won't go through each one of them. If you read these, you see that the particular causal formation leads to a particular resultant formation. But underlying that, the structure is always the same, that if you act from your ego identity as a small site in this big world, concerned mainly with your own benefit, then some negative consequence will arise for you. Now, but the same applies for good actions. If you help people, if you give resources to charities, if you establish hospitals and so on, then this generates, excuse me, some merit, some potential for good, which can lead to a good rebirth in one of the heavens, for example. But every situation in samsara is impermanent. Even if you go to a God realm and you live there for 10,000 years, when the causal force for having birth there, the previous good action you have done, when that is exhausted, then you fall out of the heaven. This points to another great paradox in Mahayana Buddhism. You try to do good, you try to benefit people, and you get this merit. But if you keep it with yourself, it loses its force. But if you dedicate the merit for the benefit of other beings, not only does it increase in richness and variety, but you also become enriched by that action. That is to say, generosity is not a basis for being depleted, but is self-replenishing. So as we know, with the Bodhisattva orientation at the beginning of our practice, we dedicate our energy for the benefit of all beings. While we do our practice, we include all sentient beings of all the different kinds. And at the end, we dedicate all the merit for their benefit. The central point is, I am for you. And what this does is, drop by drop by drop, it creates a solvent which dissolves the wall separating self and other. And this generosity has to be infinite. It's not transactional. My main teacher, Sia Lama, often said there is no virtue in the family. He didn't mean that you shouldn't do good things for people in the family, but these sort of relations tend to be transactional. I'll help you and you'll help me. I may want to help you, but in the back of my mind, there is a sense, oh, because I've helped you, you will help me. So that the seemingly altruistic turn is also self-reflexive. But if you do something for a stranger and they go off in their life, you don't get any direct return. So the Dharma economy is not a transactional one. It's an economy of infinite giving, infinite gratitude, and not counting the cost. because these are all methods for gradually exercising the heart so that it becomes bigger and bigger and bigger and more capable of loving everything. So we will go on to the end of this part. So at page 180, it comes to the end of this way of describing things. When he says, when all the good that we try to do turns out badly, this is because previously we repaid kindness with hurt and harm. Anyway, you could just take the sentences are not very long. So we're getting this difficulty of the problem of fulfilling what we try to do. And this is a consequence that we have repaid people's kindness with trying to harm them. So if you read these things through slowly and you reflect on your own life, you remember some of the experiences you've had in your life, and you might decide this was due to the way the government was, or your parents were, or how your school teachers were. And you feel, you make me feel this. It's because you do this that I feel that. And we see, when we have a formulation like that, we see how we feel. I feel indignant. You did this. So with this interpretation, my sense of self and other is in as separate phenomena increases. So this erroneous interpretation is an interpretation which arises in the absence of access to the facts. You speak to me this way because of what I have done in the past. If I see things in that way, then not only do I stop blaming you, disliking you, but I also stop reifying you. You become less reduced, less defined by my mind. And my attention is then taken back from being fixated on you. And so I now can start to examine how I got caught up in behaving badly. And the cause is always the same. We merge into an arising mix of thought, feeling, and sensation. And we are carried along by this arising wave, which directs our energy, and we find ourselves carrying out some intense activity. So then we can start to see why we should practice meditation. When we sit and watch the sensation of the breath, we are reducing the number of variables we are attending to. And this then allows us to see how we merge with thoughts. And that when you merge with a thought, it carries you away. So when you're not sitting and a thought arises and it carries you away, it doesn't just carry you onto a little internal journey, but it mobilizes the energy of your body, and you start to behave towards the environment in a particular way, which impacts the structure of what is around you. So then we start to see all the difficulties which arise from me are the consequence of merging in transient arising conditions of thought and feeling and acting on the basis of them as if they were telling me the truth. I take refuge in thoughts and feelings as if they were reliable guides to what is important. So when we see, oh, this is what I do, this is not some theory, this is actually what I do, then when we say, I take refuge in the Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, we realize our words are empty, that this is not what I take refuge in. I take refuge in samsara. I take refuge in wanting the things I like. I take refuge in attempting to avoid what I don't like. And because this is my refuge, I am wandering in samsara. So it's very, very helpful to see what we are up to. Dharma can be like some kind of lullaby to send us to sleep. Its actual function is to help us awaken. But for that to happen, you have to massage the Dharma into yourself so that you look through the Dharma at yourself. I am the cause of my own distress. So then in the next verse, he gives a different kind of example for this. He says, when what we desire is smothered by what we find undesirable, we are like a blacksmith who is killed by the sword he made for himself. Oh. The blacksmith made the sword, but without the intention to harm himself, yet he does harm himself. I did this. In the next example, when we experience all the sufferings of the lower realms of hell, hungry ghosts, and animal, we are like an arrow maker who is killed by his own arrow. The arrow maker makes arrows and sells them in the market. This arrow maker simply wants to make some money for food, but the dangerousness embedded in the arrow comes back and attacks the arrow maker. You may not think that your behavior is negative or aggressive, and you may be behaving according to your own sense of what is good and virtuous, but you could be deluded. For example, there are many places in Nepal where they have animal sacrifice, killing goats for Kali. And in Bengal, there's a lot of killing of goats, a sacrifice. We look at a painting of Kali and she's got a garland of skulls around her neck. She has a big red tongue with blood around her mouth. Oh, clearly Kali likes blood. We better give her a goat. Maybe Kali doesn't actually want blood. Maybe the blood on Kali's mouth is a symbol. Blood is also the blood of life. But there's a lot of things to say about Kali. But when you kill thinking that the goddess wants animals killed, then you don't understand the goddess. Kali kills ignorance. That is what she is drinking. But you think, oh, I'm doing something good. This is virtue. This is my dharma, to kill goats for Kali. And by doing the action which you believe is good, you create a bad karma for yourself. In Bengal, they make a little wooden post and it comes up with two sides. You put the goat's head in and a metal pin on top to keep it there, and then you cut its head off. The goat is saying, "Wah, wah." What this means in goat language is, remember, I was your mother. But we don't hear that. We think, oh, Kali, Kali Ma, Kali, you're the great mother. You're my true mother. Now I just kill this other mother for you. In this way, our commitment to the idea of something blinds us to the actual phenomena which is in front of us. So then gives another example. When we are oppressed by the troubles and worries of house and family, we are like parents who are killed by the child they have protected and cherished. So much love was given to the small baby. All that love has been absorbed in the strengthening body as the infant grows into adolescence and adulthood. But now that adult kills its own parents, blaming them, saying, you harmed me, you stopped me doing what I wanted. All the good that was done is forgotten. The parents have created the basis for their own destruction. Why would they do that? They didn't intend to do it. They thought they were doing something, but they couldn't see the whole picture. So again and again, the text is saying, open your gaze, have a panoramic gaze, see as many factors as possible. When you start to meditate and you see that you cannot control the content of your mind, then why would you think you could control the content of someone else's mind? So this is the key point. Focus on your mind. How does your mind work? How is your mind? And we go from focusing our attention on the content of the mind to the mind itself. In the third section of this book, with text concerned with Dzogchen, and they're concerned with the mind itself, not the content. But by reflecting on these verses here, we can gain some understanding. According to the tradition, there are 3 stages of developing understanding. Firstly, we have to listen to some teachings or read some Dharma books. We open ourselves to the Dharma. Secondly, we have to reflect on it. That is to say, not to leave the Dharma as some abstract set of ideas, but to bring them close to ourselves and use them as a way of examining our life, seeing the nature of impermanence. On the simplest level, I breathe out, I breathe in. I am movement. And we start to understand, oh, I observe moment by moment. I am always in this interaction. So then as a phrase, rather a strange phrase, the absence of inherent existence, such a phrase starts to become meaningful. I am a process. My breath changes, my thoughts change, my sensation changes, postures, gestures. There is nothing stable about me. The illusion of my stability, my continuity as some particular person is held in place by my name. I was called James as a child, and now I'm still called James. But my body is not the same. My thoughts are not the same. My way of walking is not the same. The Jamesness of James is simply the name James. So that you can arrive at by massaging the Dharma into you and starting to observe yourself. This is the real preparatory practice. People talk about the Nundro as the preparatory practice, doing a lot of prostrations and recitations. But if you don't reflect on what you're reciting, it won't do you any good. It's just numbers. The reason we want to have this inside us, as us, is that it softens us and makes meditation easier. So on the basis of this reflection, he says, in this way, I come to recognize my enemy. I recognize this robber in disguise who cheats me. I recognize this deceitful one who impersonates me. Amazing. I have cut off all doubts regarding the truth about this grasp at self. In the morning, I have to put on my watch. I don't have to put on my skin. My skin stays with me. The watch goes on and off. So he says, at the end, my grasped at self. I have to grasp my watch. I have to bind it onto myself around my wrist. I don't have to do that with my skin. Because skin is just me. But in Tibetan, they say dag zin. Dag means self or identity or entity, and zinpa means to grasp. The reason I grasp at it is because it's not with me. I make the self me by how I hold on to it. Holding it, using it, I make it my basis for my interaction with the world. When we just sit, things arise and pass. When we engage from a position of myself, we think I like, I don't like. When the illuminating potential of your mind is captured in the service of maintaining the seeming brightness of this sense of self, then there seems to be an ongoing point of reference. But myself is like my name. When people say James, and I turn around, what I'm thinking in that moment, what I'm feeling, what I'm concerned with is turned around by the name James. 5 minutes later, someone else says James, but now this James has different thoughts, different feelings, different sensations arising. James has no fixed content. James is in that sense like a mask or a disguise which presents a false sense of identity. It's the same with the self. Tell me about yourself. That will depend on the setting, who you're talking to, what mood you're in. Self is it is indicative but non-definitive. It seems to be pointing towards something, myself, but what will be the actual presence of the constituents of myself in any moment, I don't know. So this is what he is pointing to. The enemy is the sense that I really exist, and because I exist, I don't like you, and I'm going to do this. So existence becomes the basis of formation, which leads to intention and the development of the karmic behavior. If you read the Dzogchen books, they talk about the ground or the base, the ji. And this ground is ungraspable, like the sky. It has no fixed particulars. But in Dharma, when we are talking about karma, we talk of 4 stages. And the first is also called the ground or the basis. But here the ground is not open sky-like awareness. Here the ground is the delusion that there is a fixed self which endures moment by moment by moment. Myself is my essence. It is the basis of me being me. Because I am me, because I have this kind of self, because I am myself, this is what I do. As if my activity was grounded in and arising from myself. What he's saying is, no, activity arises from patterns established by prior activity. There is no fixed self. Perhaps you experience that sometimes you say something to someone and afterwards you think, oh, why did I say that? In the moment of speaking, the patterning that you take to be yourself was such that it was easy for these words to come out of you. But some minutes later, this constellation, this patterning of constitutive factors has shifted. And when you then recall what you said that seemed appropriate at that moment, it doesn't seem right anymore. I am inconsistent. I describes, if you like, a scenario, a stage where the movement is ever changing. The essence of this field of movement is emptiness. Here is a cup. The function of the cup is its emptiness. If we put a piece of metal on top and we glued it on, then it will be useless. It is because the cup is empty that it can be filled. It is because your mind is empty that it can be filled. If you were one fixed thing, you would have no variety in your life. We all experience happiness, sadness, feelings of hope, feelings of despair. The variety of experiences which can arise within us and be revealed to us from outside, suffusing us, filling us up, is entirely dependent on the emptiness of the mind. Oh, that's why he says, in this way, I come to recognize my enemy. Before studying these things, in a sense, I was my enemy. I was completely identified with this limited sense of self. But now, he says, I recognize this robber in disguise who cheats me. The robber who cheats me is myself. The disguise is myself. So if you say James, I turn. It is as if James goes directly to some essence inside me. But James didn't begin in the middle, in the heart, in the essence. James came from outside through my ears with people calling me James. My baby self was not James. But gradually, when I heard James, I would turn and look. I introjected, I internalized the name, which then seemed to act as the site of my essence. This is the robber in disguise. We don't recognize the robber, as an enemy, because it's disguised as myself. Truly, I am my own worst enemy, because I am not I. That is to say, the I, which is our presence, and the I, which is the delusion of a fixed entitative identity, are not the same. I recognize this deceitful one who impersonates me. I am this potential which is co-emergent with the environment, with the circumstances. That is to say, fresh, spontaneous, connective. This is how I actually am. The deceitful one is this kind of wrapper or mask that says, James, I'm James, this is what I do. And the wonderful skill of this mask is that it seems to be protecting me and serving me and being a function for me. I look through the lens of I, the way I look through the lens of my glasses. But the glasses of I, me, myself are painted over so that when I put them on, I see less, I become blind. We are looking through a concept. The self is a concept. I, me, myself is a concept. My childhood is a series of concepts. I am a story I tell myself. This construct is actually constructing. It's dynamic. It's like a verb. Children show this again and again with how they play. They can be a tiger. They can be a princess, a Superman. We have become more tedious. We are so burdened by the weight of our one fixed identity. Instead of myself being the support, the basis for my manifestation, myself is actually a burden that I carry like a heavy rucksack that keeps my head looking at the ground. Then he says, amazing. Amazing here means like, what the fuck? How come I've been trapped in this shit? What the hell? This is crazy. Now I have cut off all doubts regarding the truth about this grass-stat self. This is like the kind of cheap food you can get in the supermarket where they put a lot of unhealthy fat and sugar and salt into it. This is not good food for us. The body finds it difficult to process. But this stupid tongue is thinking, sweet fat, salty, nice. And so it's absorbing and absorbing. What is actually unhealthy seems to be healthy. The unnecessary, unessential ingredients seem to be the essence of food. In the same way, the sense of self, the sense of having your own unique, enduring existence is an unnecessary ingredient. And it tricks us because it seems to be adding value. It says, listen, you can't operate without me. I'm part of this story. You can't get rid of me. Without me, who would you be? Oh, well, actually, without you, I'd be a Buddha. So you say, come wander in samsara another 100,000 lifetimes, or maybe I become a Buddha. Ooh, what to do? So now we get to the key point. Okay, so now we have a break for lunch. If we could be back at 2, so it just gives us 53 minutes for a break. That's maybe enough. Okay, see you soon. Thank you. Coming and going. Hello, 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 hello. Ooh. How very nice. When I'm talking, I don't see everyone, so it's nice to see all your faces. Okay, have a good break and see you soon. Bye. Hi, good. Here we are. Very lovely, very lovely. So even on a Sunday, we can say we love Dharma. This is very nice. Fix on you, but I'm not sure how I'm doing this. Ah, maybe there. There we are. Good. Yes, pinned. So we can continue. So we ended by looking at the way in which this felt sense of I, me, myself is like a restrictive, reificatory wrapper. So now in the next verse, given that this sense of I, me, myself, as I take myself to be is only a wrapper, I can wrap myself in another way. And now I wrap myself as Yamantaka, the killer of death. Death arises because of identification with a particular form, a particular fixation where we think, I am this body, I am this personality. When we see that I am this process of display out of openness, we have a different experience. In this verse that we're coming to, we can read it in 2 ways. We can read it as descriptive of this deity, Yamantaka, this Sambhogakaya form, and our hope that he will act on our behalf. But we can also read it as we become Yamantaka, and that is the reading that is in the book. In the tantric system, through many different identifications. If you are a woman, you can arise as a very dangerous, angry man. Is a man, you can arise as Tara, full of sweetness and gentleness. This becomes possible if you don't hold on to some narrow definition, some truth of who you are. But I am a man, how could I be Tara? Being a woman or a man is a way of arising for a while, arising due to causes and conditions. So instantly arising as Yamantaka, I take the sharp weapon of karma and wave it around my head. That is to say, I am rendering it powerless. It cannot control me. My 2 feet are the 2 truths, relative and absolute, so it's very stable. I have 2 eyes representing wisdom and compassion. And with these great fangs in my mouth, they operate like the 4 powers of purification. Purification is to remove every last trace of the delusion of inherent existence. So we're moving from the seemingly static inherent existence towards the ever dynamic flow of manifestation. And these fangs, they pierce the enemy, they bite into this illusion of a truly existing self. So in the next verse, he says, I, Yamantaka, am the king of Tantra, the crusher of enemies, and I brandish the sharp weapon of karma. This is the karma that keeps beings powerlessly in the forest of samsara. When you're in the forest, you don't see very clearly. You have to walk around this tree and bend under that branch. You're reacting to circumstances. But this entrapment within the forest arises due to karma, to these formations based on taking subject and object as truly separate. So Yamantaka, we are this huge, fierce form, and I come running, and I trap the very rough and dangerous one called the demon of grasping at a self. This demon is one who causes our vows to break, that we lose our way on the path, and it fragments self and other. Demons are not really a way that people in modern countries think about life too much. Just as we have pesticides and insecticides to kill off all the bugs we don't like, we use rationality as a way of killing off demons and spirits. And we create a kind of antiseptic world. But actually, there are many forces that operate on us. If you go out at night into a big forest and you hear some sounds, suddenly you might feel quite afraid. If you're in Europe, we don't have any tigers or vicious creatures that are likely to kill us. But the fear arises as some kind of primal vibration inside us. This is the vibration of the ego's anxiety. The ego is a lie, and the demons are attracted to the lie. The demons are one form of illusion attacking another form of illusion. If we are free of the ego, we are free of all demons and spirits. So in order to do this, we imagine that we are this completely ferocious, unintimidated form. Now you might say, oh, but come on, there are real problems in the world. This is just playing games. This is just the imagination. But as the text has been patiently explaining, all our behavior arises from imagination. Many people imagine that Mr. Trump was a good guy. People imagine Mr. Putin is a good guy. Believe Adolf Hitler was a good guy. These are beliefs, imaginings, make-believe. In other language, we would say self-deception. But as we looked before, if you go to the cinema, you're paying money to be self-deceived. You want to believe in that which is not true. The better the writing and the directing and acting, the more it's easy it is to believe in what is not true. These compassionate manifesting forms of the Buddha are indeed like illusion. They are apparitions. They have no self-substance, but they are energy. And energy manifests to hit energy, to strike energy, and to change its patterning. So we have two forces here. We have our habitual imagining that this is who I am, I, me, myself. And we have the intentional imagining that I am Yamantaka. If you were going to take up the practice of Yamantaka, you would recite the mantra many, many times in order to bring yourself, your energetic formation, into an alignment with this form of the Buddha potential or the deity. And in the tantric practice, we, according to having the vows from the initiation, we pretend or we visualize, we imagine the form of the deity. Then we invite the actual deity to come and merge into the form we have imagined. Actually, the true ground of all our imaginings, whether it's samsara or nirvana, is the open potential of the mind. So when we realize that our existence is participation in the movement of creation. Normally, when we say creation, it's like we're creating something. But this is more like a performance art, like a ballet. There is the moment of the particular gestures and its relation to music. Something is evoked. If the dancers can evoke the spirit of the ballet, it fills the stage, and yet nothing is created. It is as if. But when it's really alive, then it is. It is our belief, our giving ourselves to it, that makes it true. This double move can be in the service of limitation, or it can be in the service of liberation. If you go for a walk, each step that you take is just this. There is the revelation of the pattern that is displayed by your posture, the angle of your head, the amount of light, and so on, in this particular moment. Creation after creation after creation, and yet all that is created is momentary experience. There is no establishment of any existence. So then we continue still here at this stage in the form of Yamantaka. I, the wrathful Yamantaka, bring the ego. I bring it, I beat it, I beat it. I stab the enemy, this grasping ego, in the heart. I stamp on the head of the thoughts that fragment me. I kill the heart of this murderous enemy, my illusory ego. Hong, hong, this is a cry of power. I, the great linking deity, or I am the deity of manifesting the connection between the open ground and manifestation. I bring forth my miraculous power. That is to say, form and emptiness, clarity and emptiness, awareness and emptiness. I am here. I am here. There is a presence. Binding the enemy, I render him impotent. The ego is always trying to find a way to sit at the king's table, to be one of the leaders, if not the leader. But here you say, I cut. As conqueror of the Lord of Death, I kill this grasping ego. Freed, the knot of grasping is cut. The knot, if you take string and you tie it in a knot, and you pull it tight, this is the contraction of our sense of self. We hold ourselves together. This is the burden of being an adult. We have rent to pay, fuel bills to pay, water bills to pay, and so on. I am holding my life together. We don't have the culture or the climate for being like a sadhu in India, just sitting under a tree. Someday the sadhu gets good food, someday they get no food. They have renounced the ego's desire to be in control of circumstances. But in our modern world, the more opportunities we get to control situations, like having a car or computer, the more we have to follow the rules and regulations that these methods demand. So we have to see Yamantaka is the natural radiance of the mind, appearing yet unborn. In contradistinction, we have the ego, which appears to be born, to be something. I am. But this is a phantom birth, like a phantom pregnancy. It is as if there is something there. But when you try to grab hold of the ego and say, who are you? Who are you? Whoever you want me to be. I'm interested in my own continuity. I'm shameless. I'll pretend. Some of us have talked of these things before. After the Cultural Revolution in China, where are the Red Guards who did all the damage? After the Second World War, where are all the murder squads and people in charge of the camps? Most escaped. They've shocked us the nature of the ego. The ego says, hey, I want to win. Now, If you hear that, I want to win, it means I don't want to lose. So if the situation is getting bad, you won't find me. So the ego is also an illusion, but it's a dull, stupid illusion pretending to be real. So Yamantaka, the bright illusion, is dissolving the dark, dull, stupid illusion. If you want to understand this, you have to gradually enter into a tantric practice, and you have to, in particular, observe your own mind. When you see that there is a situation where you say, I am angry, and you look very clearly, the energy of anger is arising, but there's no one driving it forward. There is no one who is actually angry. Anger manifests without an owner, without a maker. It arises due to causes and conditions. If you really see this, then see, oh, the story, I did it, I feel this, is an unnecessary addition. So on page 189 in the English version, we shift now in our identification. This is also a feature that you find in many tantric texts, where you become the deity, then you're offering to the deity, and it's not a fixed thing. You're not like a refugee trying to get citizenship of some safe country. You're not going from one fixed identity to another, but better fixed identity. It is the pliable, flexible possibility of taking this form and this form and this form. This is the basis of freedom. I am not the illusory forms I show, but this doesn't mean I'm in bad faith. The authenticity of the display is not determined by my identification with it, but by it being in the compassionate service of others. So in order to crush the ego, we become Yamantaka. We are not really Yamantaka. We are not really anything. Reality means things, substances, existences, and everything is illusion. Illusion means appearance and emptiness. Although it's empty, it still appears. You have to take this and massage it into you again and again and again until you really see, oh, it's true. So now we are addressing Yamantaka as if he was other. We say, great Yidam, linking deity Yamantaka, come to this place. Due to inhabiting this swamp arising from samsaric activity, I exist as a leather pouch full of the 5 poisonous afflictions and their activities. That is to say, having been in samsara a long time, I am so used to the idea of being an entity that this skin bag, this pouch, seems to wrap me inside. And I'm full of these 5 poisons. I am equals toxic, not really toxic, but functionally toxic. So we say, Yamantaka, quickly, quickly, you must immediately destroy all self-cherishing. Self-cherishing is an activity. It's not something that exists. It's something that manifests performatively. The maintenance of the idea of self requires thoughts, feelings, sensations. When you are a child, maybe you have a holiday by the sea. And if you are lucky, you get a little plastic bucket and a plastic spade. And you learn that with your little spade, you can fill the bucket. Then you see what the bigger kids do. They turn the bucket upside down. And you do that. And gradually you make your little creation, my castle. And if you are fortunate enough to have a loving sibling, they will come and jump on it. And you will cry. You ruined my castle. So interesting. The sand is on the beach. Maybe the bucket is mine and the spade is mine, but the sand is not mine. But my castle is destroyed. You had no castle. And if your kind sibling did not destroy it, anyway, the waves are going to come in and wash it down. What is destroyed is the idea of the castle. There was no castle, except in your mind. So this is exactly the same here. What is to be destroyed is the process of developing the delusion of a self. You're cutting the root of the activity, because why put all this energy into making something which is firstly not there, and secondly acts as an obscuration. So we've been asking Yamantaka to do this for us. Now we are speaking to Yamantaka from ourselves. And we're saying, although immersed in the misery of the three lower realms, I still run after the cause, never feeling I have had enough. I'm living in suffering. All around me, I see people suffering. Nobody seems to be completely relaxed and happy. Now I learn a little bit about the Dharma, and I see that the cause of this suffering is attachment. This is still just an idea for me, because I still have this feeling of hunger, of need. And so I go running after more. So we say to Yamantaka, stamp on the head of these thoughts that fragment me. For example, maybe you drink a lot of alcohol. You have some tests and they say you have beginning cirrhosis of the liver. Your doctor says, don't drink. But I'm used to drinking. I want to drink. The drink is killing me, and the drink is making me happy. Which voice will I listen to? I'll have a drink. I want to, I need it. Which bit of you needs it? Oh, my tongue needs it. Okay, I'll try drinking and spitting it out. But I want to get drunk. And in order to feel a little drunk, I harm my own liver. Now, the ego has the same problem. The ego is addicted to excitement, experience, thoughts, feelings, and so on. Our mind itself, our basic awareness, has no need of these things. Our awareness, our basic presence, which is here, is not made out of any particular thoughts. Thoughts and feelings come and go. Even if we like a particular thought or feeling, we can't hang on to it. If another thought is horrible, it's going to go anyway. We don't need to put it away. So no aversive pushing away, no desperate hanging on, because everything is impermanent. If we study and we do the practice and we look at ourselves, we know, this is true. Everything is impermanent. But I want that. But it's impermanent. Like smoking a cigarette. As soon as you light the cigarette, it's moving towards its death. The cigarette is killing you and you are killing the cigarette. You give the cigarette life by lighting it, and every puff you take, it's moving towards death. I want to spend my life with this vanishing thing. In fact, the power of the cigarette is its vanishing, the ephemeral, ungraspable. It's like falling in love with love. You fall in love with a person, it may not last. But you fall in love with love, or you can keep chasing that and projecting it onto endless numbers of people. So this is why we are saying to Yamantaka, hey, I need your help. Because although I know this is toxic, I still keep drinking the poison. Kill the heart of this killer enemy, the ego I believe in. Kill the heart of this killer cigarette, the cigarette I believe in. In the place of ego, you could put money, you could put fame, pornography, all kinds of things, because we believe in things which will destroy us. When the ego is hungry, it will eat dog shit because it is addicted to experience. So if we observe this about ourselves, then we see, oh, yes, I need your help to destroy this tendency arising in me. The tendency is not real. Nothing is actually being killed except the illusion that the impulse should be believed in. So now we have a whole series of verses from the point of view of the ego. I have great desire for quick results, yet I put little effort into my practice. And although I engage in many activities, none of them ever comes to completion. He's describing ways in which we get lost. So he says, stamp on these thoughts which fragment me. I have great desire for happiness, yet I do not gather the virtues which are its cause. And although I am only able to endure a little suffering, my mind is full of great ambitions. I cheat myself. I pretend. I want magic. I want things to arrive without effort. Although in the path of Dzogchen, which is what we will look at in the future meeting, we talk about instantly arising and effortless. As long as your habit of identifying with the ego nexus, the ego positioning is strong, you are going to have to struggle not to be carried away by this strong sense of identification. There's no solid reality in these factors. But when the wind is strong, it roars through the sky, it blows down trees, takes the roof off houses. This wind has no defined shape, but it has force. This is like a thought, like an emotion. They are impactful. So we say, Yamantaka, you have the power. Please destroy this. I make a great fuss of my new friends, but soon desert them shamelessly. I have a great desire for food, so I go out looking for chances to rob and steal. We are not saying this in order to blame ourselves, but each of these verses is exposing the structure of the ego self. We make a new friend, we're really interested to see them, but then something happens and we don't call them. Just as the wind is unreliable, so these ego formations are fickle, unpredictable. We talk as if we were stable, grounded, reliable, but we are not. So he goes on to give more examples. I won't go through each of them because they're very clear. And these verses, which all have the same structure, are pointing to the internal contradictions we carry. It's not just that self and other are divided and separated, but we separate inside ourselves. We have little self states or ego islands, each of which is claiming autonomy and having its own voice. And because these voices each want to be the queen or the king, they don't want to listen to the others. I'm the boss, I'm in charge. And because a part, an aspect of yourself is speaking on behalf of the whole of you, you find yourself being pulled into these difficult situations. We need to know what we're up to. We need to know how we cheat ourselves. So it's very useful to read these verses slowly and maybe write some notes, think about your own life, think about how these different aspects of yourself try to avoid detection by the other parts so they can push forward and get what they want. Because what they are pointing to is the quality of entitlement. When we feel entitled, then we should have it, and therefore it must happen. And this magical thinking avoids consideration of cause and effect. So I will lie and cheat in order to create a situation where I can get what I want without making the effort that would be normal to achieve it. So he describes situation after situation in which the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing. This is something very, very powerful. If we want to see clearly, if we want to have the wisdom eye, we have to recognize these various games that the ego plays. The ego is not concerned with honesty because structurally it is dishonest, because it's a lie. We are present, we are vital here, alive, but we are ungraspable. We are not a thing. The ego is the delusion of thingness. I exist. This statement is a lie. We are present, but how we are present depends on circumstances. Pure presence or open presence is just unformed availability. When this presence becomes present, when it manifests into the field of display with others, then it takes on particular formations. So when we see that we have been protecting this imposter, as he describes it before, this person who has been imitating me, then, oh, I have a choice. I can turn towards the light, or where my identity is translucent, like a reflection in a mirror, or I can turn to the dark, where I seem to exist as something solid and fixed. So on page 211, he says, oh, this is sorrow, this is misery. You are the one who subdues the troublesome demon of belief in a real inherent identity. You are the intrinsic mode of the Buddha's mind, full of strength, force, and power. You will wield the skull-headed club, the weapon of original knowing, free of belief in autonomous entities. Swing it thrice around your head without hesitation. With your fearful presence, please kill this enemy. It begins Emma, Tatid Gombo Jumba. So we are calling on Yamantaka as the enlightening presence of the Buddha's wisdom to shine deeply into this heart of darkness and expose the delusion of some substantial ego. And he says, with your great compassion, protect me. You must destroy this ego fully. I want you to pile up all the troubles of samsara, every difficulty, and crush it. And then it says, in this way, the root of all effort is clearly revealed by my own unfailing awareness. That is to say, by recognizing the root of your obscuration and confusion, you get some benefit. A traditional example for this is a cataract. Often as people get older, their eye starts to cloud over. This is not coming from outside, it's arising from inside. And it makes accurate visual perception impossible. The cataract can be removed. So this is what I'm saying, is that when these formations of ignoring the truth are separated, when I no longer identify with them and invest them as if they were me, then the cataract is removed and I can see clearly. This cataract was not something someone did to me. It is a kind of thickening which creates obscuration. Other examples are verdigris, this green color that arises on the surface of copper, or rust which arises on the surface of iron. Not if you don't think in a Western science way that you might have learned at school, it is as if this is emerging out of the metal. In this way, ignorance arises out of the mind, obscuring the mind. and yet it's not different from the mind. When you see that the obscurations is in fact just the energy of the mind, but somehow thickened, and it thickens by being believed in, then this belief acts as a kind of wedge that separates the actual ground from its product or its display, which is then taken to be some self-existing entity. So then he says, now with this understanding, I can see that all troubles arise from the single source of ego cherishing. That is to say, making my own ego formation of primary importance. So again, he repeats the importance of applying an antidote to this. All that others dislike, I will take onto me. And all the virtues that could bring me happiness, I will dedicate to other beings. Now, I don't do this because I'm a wonderful person, but because I become aware of all the kindnesses that these beings have done for me in the past. We take up the idea that in all our many, many past lives, we have had mothers who have taken care of us, made many sacrifices for us. And therefore, I approach the world as a debtor. I'm in debt to all sentient beings, to the birds, to the worms, to the people in the hells. They have helped me. They have taken care of me. But I don't care. I just look after myself. Now, in Buddhism, they say that compassion is an aspect of skillful means, because the skillful means dissolves the citadel, the castle of the ego. Now you might think, oh, how can I believe every creature has been my own mother? This doesn't make sense. But that kind of doubting position is not very helpful, because we have a task, which is to free ourselves from limitation. So with this kind of practice, and even more if you enter into tantric practice, you're entering into the theater of Dharma. In the theater, everything is illusion. Illusions arise and then pass. If you believe in them, they take on the truth of your belief. So in order to dissolve the intense belief you have in your own autonomy and independence and personal validity, which acts as a kind of sealant around me, that gives me this separated sense of self, I'm opening my mind to the thought that all beings in all the realms have been my mother, have been kind to me, fed me, cleaned me, taught me, and so on. I have not repaid this kindness. There is a rope connecting me to all beings, which is my debt for them, my debt to them. So if I hold this in mind, especially if I hold it in my heart with some feeling, then how terrible it would be to turn my back on beings and to think me first, my needs are most important. I'm not concerned about them. Not only would that be painfully, bitterly selfish and oh, I don't want to be like that. I would be returning their kindness with rejection. Not only that, but it's stupid. I exist as me. This is nonsense. No gratitude for the air we breathe, no gratitude for the water we drink, for the roads and pathways of the world, for the food that's provided by the effort of others. The clothes and shoes we wear are made by others. In order to be me, I need you. Of course, I can blind myself to this. I can say, oh, look at this new shirt. I chose it. This is the one I want. Now I bring the attention onto me and my good taste, my wonderful choice. And in that intoxication, it is as if nobody else has been involved in making this garment for me. So again and again, we have to see that many of these reflections and concepts involved in the Dharma, they are like a kind of massage. It's as if the Buddha is a master of shiatsu. He can see the points that need to get some pressure in order to release the tension. We, each of us connected here today, will probably be tensing in different places. We'll have different kinds of sensitivities, different kind of beliefs that we formulate our life around. And he then points to something very profound. He says, all that sentient beings with their body, speech, and mind have done in the 3 times, I take upon myself. I take their limitations, their fears, their anxieties, their worries, their sicknesses. And now he links this back to the image he had at the beginning of this text. He says, just as the peacock becomes more radiant from taking poison, may I be able to use their afflictions as an aid to enlightenment. How do we do this? By seeing the actual nature of these poisons. In the tantric tradition, the 5 poisons are revealed as the 5 wisdoms or original knowings, the radiance of the Buddha's mind. From the 5 poisons come the 5 Buddha families. What is a Buddha? A Buddha is a sentient being who is awakened. You wouldn't be a sentient being without the 5 poisons. The unpurified 5 poisons lead you to be a sentient being. When you see the intrinsic purity of the 5 poisons, then the path to Buddhahood opens. So if you have an object of desire, a person, a thing in the world, I see you as special. I want you. If you stay with all that we have been looking at here, this means I'm in love with what I imagine you to be. Not everyone loves you. I love you. I might think that's because I see who you really are, who you truly are. But this text will be saying, nobody is really anything. I love you because I'm good at imagining you are lovable. This is not a romantic view of life. Western romanticism is a delusion. You don't have to stop the desire, but bring it onto the stage of the theater of Dharma. This is an interplay of the possibility of manifesting an illusory form. When you do this, you see, desire has no essence to it. Anger has no essence to it. Mental obscuration has no essence to it. These are patterns of energy no more substantial than the wind. But again, this is not a dogma to believe. This is something to engage with and see, is this really how it is? Look at your own life. Good. Okay, so we have a break now. And if we could be back in 25 minutes at 1:45. Okay, so now we continue with the final part of this text. It is again talking about the possibility of offering one's merit and virtue for the sake of other people. This kind of positive intention is considered to be very, very powerful. In Tibetan, it's called a monlam, a kind of a path of hope or a path, a way of aspiration. The idea that on the basis of my effort, may I make life easy for others. By giving them my virtue, may I protect them from immediate problems, but also give them the resources for awakening to how they actually are. So he says, by giving all beings our virtue, which is the root of happiness, May they be cured of their afflictions, just as a crow that has eaten poison is cured by medicine. May we support the life force of liberation of all beings, and thus may they all become Buddhas, the happily gone. The life force of liberation is basically our own Buddha potential. All constructed things are impermanent. If you had to create enlightenment the way you have to create passing an exam when you're at school by doing your homework and so on, then it would be impermanent. The intrinsic state of all beings is illumination. This is darkened and obscured by this force of grasping and limitation. So we support the life force of liberation in others, their potential, by not limiting them. So we stop blaming people, we stop judging them. They are not an object that can be grasped hold of by our thoughts. They are a potential displaying itself. And if this displays certain knots or twists, by being open and non-judgmental, we help the person to relax. Then he says, until I and all beings, each one formerly my parent, have not attained enlightenment in Akanishta, highest Buddha's realm, as we wander through the 6 realms of samsara due to our karma, may we be of one mind in helping and encouraging each other. This is something very important for us. We're not in a competitive race. The people strive to be the first to climb a mountain, but to be the first to gain enlightenment is no benefit if you have pushed other people out of the way to get there. The mood of the Sangha is to collaborate. We should help each other in our own little groups. Here we have some people who meet to practice together, some people meet to discuss some of the teachings together, and this is very wonderful. And especially when these groups are self-forming and they find their own way forward. If you have too much top-down leadership, then you rely on the big voice rather than each person having to find how they fit in, what their own way is. Some people will know more than others, but everybody can be kind and supportive and non-competitive. Then he says, during this time, for the benefit of even one being, may I willingly enter the 3 lower realms, the hells, hungry ghosts, and animals, and then maintaining my faultless bodhisattva practice, may I be a guide to those who suffer there. The bodhisattva is one whose mind, whose being is directed towards enlightenment, not just their own enlightenment, but that of all beings. Therefore, for the sake of other beings, we will go to where they are. This, of course, is an idea you find in all religions. You have it in Judaism, Islam, Christianity, that we should go to where the other is, not wait for them to come to us. Why is this? Because if you have, you must share. And you share mostly with those who have a need. Therefore, being for the other is not some passive activity, it's a movement towards them. And he says, immediately on arriving in the hells, may the guards come to regard me as their guru, so that even their sharp weapons will turn into a rainfall of flowers, free of harmful intent. May they be cool, peaceful, and happy. This means may the quality of being that I manifest in the world be immediately conducive to the transformation of other people's experience by the way we are in our body, by our speech, by the way we think about situations. May we, sorry, on you go. May I facilitate your awakening. So, saying immediately on arriving in the hells, these guards who are very fierce and who are the instruments of great cruelty and suffering, may they be so impressed by the fact that someone willingly goes there and not as a punishment, that their mind is turned and they start to practice the Dharma. Then he says, then may the beings in the lower realms gain clairvoyance and good memories, and then taking birth as gods or humans, may they develop the spirit of enlightenment. Then may I repay their kindness by nourishing them with the Dharma. Taking me as their guru, may they serve me with respect. So I am aware that they have been kind to me. I am in debt to them. So I, in some small way, repay this by teaching them Dharma. May this be useful for them so that they come to respect me as their guru. Respecting us as their guru is not some big source of pride for us, but a skillful means for them. The guru is somebody who is dedicated to helping. So if you respect the guru, means you say, I want to be helped. I'm available to learn from you. And so the valuing of the guru helps to make it safe enough to open and receive the teachings which transform our mind. At that time, all beings in the upper realms will be like me in meditating deeply on the absence of inherent existence. Then, without thinking of either samsara or nirvana, may they meditate in the absorbed contemplation of perfect equality. Within this perfect equality, may they see their original face. This meditation is that when you're sitting and when the mental constituents arise in your mind, the sensations, feelings, thoughts, memories, plans, and so on arise, you stay present with them and see that they arise and vanish by themselves. Sorry, then you see directly that there is an absence of inherent existence. It's not that you have a kind of a sticker that says no existence and you stick it onto every thought that arises. That kind of conceptual analysis and naming will not take you far because you get exhausted and then forget to do it. The key thing is to see that all limitation is self-liberating. This is why the royal road to Dharma is impermanence. If you see this arising and self-vanishing of phenomena, there is nothing to grasp. The object goes free by itself and the subject goes free by itself. Then the mind is peaceful. So then, not thinking of samsara or nirvana, may they stay in this practice of perfect equality. So if you go to the sea and the wind is blowing, you can see many different waves. Which is the best wave? How do you find that wave? As soon as you admire it, it's vanishing. So although each wave is itself this particular presentation, all waves are equal in being the water of the sea, and they are equal in being impermanent. So it's not that everything is put in a kind of blender and reduced to a mush. The absolute discrete details of each moment are just as they are. And yet they are equal in that they arise out of emptiness and dissolve back into emptiness. And within this, may they see their original face. Your original face is your unborn face, the face you had before you were born. When you develop as a fetus and come out of your mother's body, you have some face. You have recognizable features. These allow people to impute all kinds of identities onto you and into you. But your original face is the face that shows potential. It is an openness which has the capacity to show potential. Because it is no particular thing, it shows many different possibilities. Just as most of us have some degree of flexibility in our face. Our face has a complexion, a coloration, which shows our health, our age, and so on. And we manifest different kinds of expression, showing happiness, sadness, anger, and so on. These movements of complexion and expression are only possible because the face itself is not made of steel, it's not fixed, it is a potential. When people smile and laugh, they look rather different from when they frown. Oh, the original face is the Dharmakaya, the potential of the mind. The complexion is the Sambhogakaya, and the expression is the Nirmanakaya. The only way to see your original face is to be your original face, since it is never an object of perception. It's not something to get. In the Heart Sutra also, it describes clearly there is nothing to gain. The idea of winning and losing is a cul-de-sac, a dead-end road. So it says, if we act in this way, the enemy, which is our own grasping, will be defeated, because subject and object are now self-dissolving. And if we act in this way, all discursive thoughts will be defeated. If you rest in the contemplation, the being present with, the absence of inherent existence, then there is the original knowing free of discursive thought. That is to say, we are usually so busy being active, thinking, analyzing, judging, that we don't experience the intrinsic light of the mind that is shining through. So the original knowing is the illumination which arises of itself. It is the inherent quality of our mind. We use discursive thought to generate patterns of ideas and understandings and so on, but they're not essential. And with this cause, then these three bodies of the Buddha that we just mentioned, they will manifest automatically. So then he says, okay, all that has been described, all that he has mentioned in these different verses, all of this is interrelated. The meaning of these Dharma concepts are linked together like a pontoon bridge, where these different bits of wood are resting on some floating element that's linked together. You stand on one bit of the bridge and it moves a little bit around that. And as you move across the bridge, it moves and then settles, moves and settles. So as we read the book, we think, oh, this is right. No, 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 this is right. No, this is right. In the connectivity of interdependence, no appearance has its own inherent shape, identity, or essence. This is the great protection against dogma. With dogma, people believe that you can make a definitive statement and it's the truth and everybody should agree this is true. But he's saying, Dharma is the revelation, and what is clear today may be a bit foggy tomorrow, and what's foggy today may be clear tomorrow. Stay with the practice. Don't become proud about my insight or my achievement. Changing here, changing there. All appearances are deceptive, being mere illusions. That's obvious. Just as a swirling firebrand creates the semblance of a circle of fire, so all appearances are mere reflections. The meaning and value of the items in the world, including ourselves, varies according to context. Due to circumstances, we might have quite an important function for a while. Circumstances change and we fall back into the background. That is to say, if we remember open face, complexion, expression, when your come into the world with other people, what they encounter is your expression. Maybe they like that expressive force and appreciate it, but it's not fixed or intrinsic. It's situational. It is not who we are. So in that sense, how we are, whether people like us, whether we have friends or no friends, all of these appearances are mere reflections. Like the banana tree, our life force has no sustaining essence. It's like with an onion, you peel off the levels of the onion and there's no real essence to it. Like bubbles, our lifespan has no sustaining essence. Like flowers, if crushed, we are destroyed. Our lives have the beauty of a mirage. So whether you are successful or not, whether you are famous or not, whether people think you are beautiful or not, none of these situational appreciations from other people defines any enduring truth of who you are. This last sentence is, I think, very important for us. Our lives have the beauty of a mirage. This is not, I think, a great part of the aesthetic of Western culture. But for example, in Japan, people go to watch the cherry blossom. In part of the appreciation is its fragility, the transience, and the lack of substantial, strong existence to the cherry blossom is its beauty. That is to say, the beauty is revealed by our giving ourselves fully to the transient display. It's not something you can get. To take a photograph of it won't do you much good. But you open yourself to the beauty, and the beauty opens you. So that's what he's saying our life is. Don't grasp at the delusion of a self, but stay with this shimmering, ephemeral surface of life as it changes, changes, changes. All appearances have as much truth to them as reflections in a mirror. That is to say, they have the truth of showing, of appearing, but they have no truth of existing. They abide only in the manner of clouds and mist. If you have had children, you know this to be true. You think you know them, but they're always changing. Our enemy, the murderous belief in inherent existence, is also not other than this. If you stay present with the belief as it arises, then you see, oh, it is an arising belief. It is not a thing. It is a display. It is a showing like a mirage. The thing about the mirage is you can mistake it for the presence of water. The appearance of the formation of what could be a self is deluding if you think there is a true self there. Although it seems to really exist, in fact, it has never been experienced as really existing. You have believed it to exist, but you have not actually experienced that true existence because it's not there. So all that seems to be really existing and reliable has never had the least reality that could be experienced. Again, this is not a dogma. This is an encouragement to see. This teaching comes in the lineage of the Buddha, and he says, see what is there. Don't imagine, don't project, don't invent. Relax, breathe out, open your gaze, and receive how it is. Although appearances seem to be the appearance of something, in fact, they are intrinsically free of being substantial objects supporting definite knowledge. So, for example, you might be a world expert on apples, and you suggest that I eat this apple, but you don't know how it will taste for me. because the appearance, what we call the apple, is intrinsically free of being a substantial object. Although the apple appears to be a thing, it reveals itself as an edible presence by my biting into it. In that moment, the taste of the apple mixes with the saliva in my mouth, which mixes with my interpretive reactivity to what's occurring. The world expert doesn't know what this is. So there is no definitive objective knowledge, unless we take knowledge here to mean ideas about something. Direct knowledge and knowledge about, or discursive knowledge, are not the same. Since this is the case, whatever manifests from the wheel of karma is similarly without any inherent self-definition. So we get sick. Your sickness has a diagnosis from the doctor. My sickness has a diagnosis from the doctor. We meet and say, oh God, we have the same sickness. Our karma is ripening to give us the same condition. This is words, empty concepts. How this sickness is for you and how this sickness is for me is different. And even how it is for me will change. One way in the morning, one way in the evening, when I lie down, when I stand up. Many variables are operating for the unfolding or revealing of the sickness. Although appearances do manifest, they do so in the manner of the reflection of the full moon in water. We can't catch the actual moon, can't catch the actual moon, and it shows its reflection in many, many different ponds and cups of water. So how an appearance shows itself to us depends on the kind of pond we are. Objective truth is a delusion. We are participants in the revelation of experience. But it's not just subjective, because the subjective, my particular constellation, my way of participating, is arising within the field of experience, within emptiness. That's why we say it depends. No dogma, it depends. The results of karmic actions manifest as infinitely varied deceptions. Although these are mere appearances, it is vital to adopt virtue and abandon non-virtue. These last two sentences really belong together. Many, many different possibilities can arise. None of them is real. So if you're tilting to the wisdom side, you say everything is illusion, it's unborn, it's ungraspable. However, we mustn't cut the line between wisdom and compassion, because although all these things are mere appearance, empty appearance without essence, how they are has an impact on other people. You might say, well, whether I'm happy or sad, whether I'm generous or selfish, it's all equal. In terms of wisdom, this is true. But whether I am generous or selfish makes a big difference in terms of interaction. Therefore, he says it's vital to adopt virtue and abandon non-virtue. So then he gives another example about illusion. When a woman dreams that her beautiful hair is burning, she is terrified by the heat, although the fire does not really exist. Some people have a lot of nightmares and are very frightened in them. It feels true, it seems how it is, but it is not. But the impact, the emotional impact is there. Then he says the hells and other realms are similarly without inherent existence, yet we are frightened by the roasting and burning. Therefore, we must abandon the beliefs and actions which lead us there. What he's saying is, don't cheat yourself by going abstract. This is not some kind of theory. Everything is illusion. This is true. We can prove this. But pleasure and pain have different qualities. If you have a great awareness, for you, they might simply be arising and passing phenomena. But as long as we have the subtle karmic traces, the vasana, that could lead us to be caught up in reactivity, we should know that experience is what we have. It's the taste in our mouth. And if it's unpleasant and we're stuck with it, this is not good. Knowing about emptiness is different from it being the absolute basic ground out of which all your experience comes. So while you're on the path, don't be self-deceiving. So it says, when we are delirious with fever, although we have not blanked out, yet we feel dizzy and about to pass out and require help. Oh, similarly, although ignorance and its associated factors are without inherent existence, our consequent delusion must be cleared away with true knowledge arising from study, reflection, and meditation. Since you were born, you have had many, many thoughts. These thoughts have all gone. If you build your world on thoughts, your house will fall down. Awareness is not created by thought. Awareness reveals thoughts. We have to find true awareness. Otherwise, we can still be suddenly caught up in the belief that situations exist as something that we either go towards or away from. When a musician is playing the lute and singing, if we examine the sound, it will be seen to be without inherent self-existence. It's present, impactful, and ungraspable. Those who do not examine what is occurring hear the sweet sounds which dispel sorrow in people's minds. That is to say, they go under the power of the music and their mood changes and they feel better for a while. Similarly, if we examine all our actions and see that they are the consequences of causes and that they in turn act as causes generating further consequences, we will see that they lack inherent self-existence, either as a singularity or in their diverse aspects. Nothing is established. If you go into the garden, if you have some rose bush and you prune it at this time of the year, this might help it and this might harm it. Oh, now the rose is dying. I cut it in the wrong place. I should not have done that. The feelings arise because I think this is a rose tree. It is beautiful. I like it. I don't want it to die. Your own mind is attributing the value. When we take appearances to be separate and substantial entities, they become phenomena which are created and destroyed. When we take these seeming entities to be really existing, we experience the many forms of joy and sorrow. I had a beautiful rose tree and now it's dead. I'm so sad. This was the rose tree given by my mother before she died. From the very beginning, this rose tree has not carried 1 ounce of your mother. You project the memory of your mother into the rose bush, but these thoughts don't penetrate the rose bush. Someone else looking at the rose bush doesn't see your mother. By believing in the existence of our own projections, we become happy and sad for a while. When a pot is filled by drops of water, it is not the first drop of water which fills the pot, nor is it the last, nor any one of the separate drops that enter it. You might think, but if you observe the last drop as it comes into the pot, it overflows or it's exactly filled. That is an illusion, because that drop by itself could not fill the pot. It fills the pot in dependence on all the other drops which are already in the pot. So he says, it is the accumulation of drops arising in dependent origination that brings about the filling of the pot. Similarly, whatever we experience of consequent happiness and sorrow did not come from just the first moment of the cause, nor just from its last moment, nor from any of the others, for it is the connectivity of all the various moments and factors that gives rise to experiences of happiness and sorrow. The delusion of entities arises by cutting the flow of interdependence. All experiences arise through the interdependence of factors, some of which seem to be outside of our body, some to be on our body, some to be within our body. So when we say, oh, this is the thing that makes me most happy, then we're often in this delusion of the figure and the background. Some aspect of the experiential field comes forward for us because we're giving it more attention. The more attention we give it, the more it shines with this wonderful light of our mind. This makes it seem special and separate, but it has not actually separated off from the field. This is an optical illusion. Everything is in it together. And this co-emergence, this emergence together in its dynamic interweaving is what gives rise to the endless patterning of our existence. The special is an insult to the field. The whole field is required for the manifestation. Within this openness of the mind, there arises the particular realm of the moment, the Buddha realm, the mandala of the moment. In a mandala, you have the chief figure, and assistant figures, and servants, and messengers, and so on. The mandala is not complete without all of them. The chief, what might be called the most important figure, requires all the servants. This is the meaning of Dzogpa Chenpo, the great completion, the great inclusion, the great whole. If you divide the field, if you chop it up into pieces and then put them in some hierarchical ranking, you blind yourself to the beauty of the oscillation and pulsation of the field. So then he says, how amazing. When we are alone and free of mental activity, this present experience has no identity or existence of its own. However, we seem to experience something that exists. This deep Dharma is hidden by our obscurations. Means when you sit and you really relax and you release yourself from identification, mind is peaceful, and at that point, you can't say it exists or doesn't exist, it's big or small, nothing. And yet, something arises in the mind and it seems to exist. It appears to exist. It does not exist. This deep Dharma is hidden by our obscurations. Means our obscurations grasp at what seems to exist and holds on to it. This appearance now becomes figural. This is the focus of our attention. And the openness of the mind, the space within which this appearance has arisen, that becomes invisible. The deep Dharma of non-duality, of emptiness and appearance, is hidden by our grasping fixation on the appearance. So he says, now, when we abide evenly in profound non-disturbance, do we find any real existence in anything that occurs? Non-disturbance here means that you release yourself from dualistic consciousness, which always takes an object. That is to say, the active form of knowing something is released so that there is pure knowing, or yeshe, primordial knowing, which simply reveals what occurs. If you like, you could say you move from looking to seeing. You're not looking for something, checking it out. You just see what occurs. So in this state of open lucidity, do you find anything which is real? So this is a kind of rhetorical question. The implicit answer is no. Then he says, is there anything that could be said to exist or not exist? Well, as soon as you say it exists or does not exist, the mind is moving and you're back in terms of consciousness, in dualistic consciousness. So this again is a rhetorical question. The answer is no. Who could propose definite assertion or negation? So even although actually the answer is no, we can't say no too strongly because circumstances change. Since real existence has never occurred, there is nothing to be found. But since we have passed countless lives in samsara believing in real existence, who can say there is no real existence? What he's doing here is giving a subtle encouragement. Don't conceptualize. Don't think too much about these things. If you look at what occurs as if it were an object, it will drive you crazy. Be present, relax, and open. So he says, there are no real objects, nor is there a common substantial basis for objects. Meaning, everything arises with dependent co-origination, which is a dynamic interactive movement. And the common basis of all objects is emptiness. The ground of all things is the sky. When we say ground, we think of the earth, maybe rocks and stones, very solid. But actually, the ground of everything is the open sky. So now he's talking about how we should settle in our meditation when we're sitting. You can just sit, relax into the out breath, and be present and follow this guidance. Being free of accepting and rejecting. So our mind is like the sky. The sky is not improved by rainbows. It's not defiled by dark clouds. Even when the sky is full of clouds, it is open because the sky doesn't stand in a dualistic relation to the cloud. The sky is the space, the openness, the invitation, the hospitality, which allows clouds and rainbows. The sky is indestructible. It is Vajra. Our mind is Vajra, indestructible. It's not improved or benefited by happy thoughts. It's not defiled or constricted by negative thoughts. Therefore, what is there to accept? What benefit are we to gain from this? What is there to reject? What danger is going to arise from this thought being in the mind? A thought, a memory, a feeling is in the mind the way a reflection is in the mirror. The reflection does not damage the mirror. When the reflection ceases to present in the mirror is as before. This is the nature of awareness, of Rigpa. This is not the nature of the ego self. The ego self is constantly full of hopes and fears. And it says, allow yourself to be free of conceptual elaboration. No need to analyze, no need to elaborate stories or judgments or come to some conclusion. The mind is bright, stable, open illumination. If you conceptualize, you will fill the mind with concepts. The ego rests on concepts and consumes them as its food. Awareness does not rest on concepts and does not eat them. Rigpa is self-nourishing. It doesn't take nutrition from whatever is occurring. With this, we abide in the intrinsic being that which just is, which is the inseparability of the three kayas, free of the artifice of the intellect. The intrinsic stands in distinction to the compounded. Samsara is created out of compounding, of joining what are taken to be things together to make patterns which create the delusion of reality. Samsara is generated out of the compounding activity of taking what appear to be entities, entities and patterning them together to create the appearance of places and palaces and so on. The intrinsic just is. It has no cause. It is the groundless ground. So if we are busy, we cannot find the intrinsic. The intrinsic is the space, the illuminative space, which shows the coming and going of all the activity, which, if grasped at, will create the delusion of entities. The intrinsic illuminates whatever is moving. It has no identifiable qualities. It doesn't stand in relation to anything else. No construct can touch it or catch it. And this is our problem with language. Language is the field of activity of the composite, of the compound. We know our structure. We have subject, object, verb, or subject, verb, object. Someone is doing something to something. The intrinsic is free of this activity, but it doesn't mean it's avoiding it. It's free of it in the way that the mirror is free of the reflection. The reflection is in the mirror, but the mirror is kada, is pure, untouched, virgin. So remain free of all the artificial activity of the intellect. And very sweet, he says, remaining relaxed, we become great beings. The corollary of this is, if you don't remain relaxed, you become a sentient being. So then he says, in this way, with the relative truth spirit of enlightenment and the absolute spirit, the absolute truth spirit of enlightenment, the two accumulations will be completed without difficulty, and there will be the wonderful richness of benefit for others and ourselves. So the spirit of enlightenment here is the mind turned towards enlightenment, the intention to gain enlightenment. On the relative level, it's all the stages of the path. On the absolute level, it is the intrinsic. These collaborating together complete the accumulations of merit and wisdom, because the absolute bodhicitta is the wisdom of emptiness, and the relative truth bodhicitta is the merit accumulated from working for the benefit of others. And due to this, there is great benefit for all beings. So this brings us to the end of the basic text. There is a small colophon giving its history, but you can read that. It's self-explanatory. So this is a very beautiful text. It shows how when you bind yourself into the mode or the mood of isolation, many troubles arise. And therefore, as he says at the end, by developing compassion, we link out to all beings. And by relaxing into infinite open awareness, we include all things. So this connecting and including brings us to the great circle, the great completion. So then when you walk down the street, everything that is occurring is movement in space. Like a firework, your mind sends out all kind of little streamers of interpretation. If you don't take this too seriously, it's the play of the mind. Everything is just the movement of the mind. However, we also see people, we see their faces, we see sadness, we see hope. It's also revealed in their postures and tone of voice and so on. people show how they are positioned within the parameters of their limited identity. And then how sad. They think that they exist, but they are not even as wise as a 3-year-old child. A child will know, I am a princess or I am a great warrior. But they think, oh, my life is not good. I'm so sad. I have a terrible job. They are in the prison of their own conceptualization. And so compassion flows easily towards them. So that is the end for today. Quite a long day. This is quite a dense text, but so hopefully it's useful to give some sense of the Mahayana view. We have another meeting in, I think, 3 weeks' time, and we'll be looking at the Dzogchen text at the end of the book. So I wish you good practice and the chance to enjoy this beautiful depth and light of the teaching of the Dharma. This text is a good friend, because if there is one clear gift it can give us is don't blame yourself and don't blame other people. Be gentle to yourself, gentle with other people. Knowing the faults of others, knowing the faults of yourself brings very little benefit. So don't rest inside the conceptual elaboration. But again and again, relax and release, and awaken to the inseparability of wisdom and compassion. And now I will have compassion on my old body and take it out for a walk. So I wish you a good evening. Bye for now. Bye-bye.
Bye.
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 Thank you.
Thank you, James.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Jen.
And of course,
Bye.
and I didn't say thank you also to Pedro for his organization, and thank you to our wonderful translators who kept every stream flowing.
Dziękowanie jeszcze dla Pedro.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye.
See you. Bye.